Paul, you want
Morning. It's 9:05 on November 4th, and this meeting is called to order. I'm Felicia Marcus, the chair of the board. To my left, Vice Chair Fran Spivey Weber. To her left, board member Didi Diadamo. To my right, board member Tam Dodak, and to her right, board member Steve Moore. Mr. Howard, will you introduce the staff that's assisting today?
Thank you.
Nice to see you all.
Yes, we're all here. Assisting the board today are Janine Townsend and Courtney Tyler, and we have Chief Deputies John Bishop and Karen Turgovich to my right, and Chief Counsel Michael Lawford to my left.
For those of you who don't know the emergency evacuation procedure, it won't surprise you, even if you don't know it. Just look for the exit sign nearest you, and if you hear an emergency sounding thing, take your stuff, take your friends, and proceed carefully out of the building. We gather near 10th and J. If you want to hang out with us, you'll find out when the all clear is and when we can come back. You can obviously do whatever you want, but we'd love to see you come back with us after one of those. The meeting is being webcast and recorded, so there are two things there. One is it's a different microphone. When you come up to the microphone, it's important to be close enough to it that it really picks it up so the folks on the webcast and in the back of the room can hear you, but not so close as to it doing static pops. That's for folks on radio who listen all the time. Hi, Craig. And they say that pop can really be a problem, so try to not do that if you're close. The other thing, please, if you have cell phones, pagers, or other noise-making devices, put them on silent, just out of courtesy to everyone else, unless they're particularly amusing. Okay, with that, we're on to the public forum, and this is the part of the meeting where people can speak for a few minutes on any item that is not on the agenda. Do we have any? None today. Okay. Now we'll move right into the board business. Item number 1 is the minutes of the October 7th board meeting.
Move adoption.
Corrections?
No, I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Item number 2. Oh, great. Thank you. Great.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and members of the board. My name is Megan Tosney, and I'm with the Division of Financial Assistance. The proposed resolution before you today would delegate authorities to administer the Proposition 1 Technical Assistance Funding Program and adopt a proposed funding plan. The program will be administered by the Office of Sustainable Water Solutions. The office is undertaking a multidisciplinary approach to address wastewater, drinking water, groundwater quality, and stormwater technical assistance needs under one program. Prop 1 funding for technical assistance is proposed as follows. Up to $78 million for drinking water and wastewater, up to $10 million for groundwater, and up to $1 million for stormwater. The proposed funding plan provides a general framework to implement this program with a focus on assisting small disadvantaged communities. Proposed eligible applicants include nonprofits and public universities, with public utilities and public agencies also considered. We plan to implement a continuous solicitation and award process via the financial assistance application submittal tool. It will be a two-step process with a concept proposal and final proposal. And we did not receive written comments on this item, but I'm happy to respond to any questions.
We have two speakers on this, so why don't we just move to that? That's all right. First is Paul Boyer from Self-Help Enterprises, followed by Omar Carrillo from the Community Water Center. Good morning.
Does that help? Yeah. Okay. Good morning. Hi. Yeah, I work at Self-Help Enterprises, and for the last 50 years, our organization has been involved in affordable housing. We cover the area of the San Joaquin Valley, and for about the last 40 years, we've been involved in water and wastewater issues. And we appreciate the funding that we've been able to work with the state on, where you've funded a lot of water and wastewater projects over the years. And so at this point, we appreciate what the board's doing in considering the technical assistance funding plan, which we see will greatly expand and more comprehensively assist disadvantaged communities in addressing their water supply and quality issues. By expanding existing technical assistance activities, which include basically, there's a lot of funding assistance applications get put together, administering funding agreements, conducting rate studies, income surveys, providing operator, managerial, board training, TMF assistance, and just there's a whole lot of great things that are done right now, but there are limited dollars. And what we see is that the expansion of existing activities can provide a greater level of work in the communities that are already assisted, but also assist probably a lot more communities. And then what we support is the comprehensive additional eligible activities under technical assistance, which can include kind of basically carrying on the pre-planning efforts that were started earlier by CDPH, legal entity formations, and then having drought preparedness, water and energy efficiency, and also assist disadvantaged communities in participating in other water-related planning efforts, such as it's hard sometimes with DWR, IRMP to find a way to cover staffing, things like that. And there's a way to try to bring all these different programs together, make a more holistic approach to serving disadvantaged community needs. I think this is a real step forward. And so at this point, I'd say that, we believe that this plan and the Proposition 1 funding really probably is the greatest opportunity, at least we've seen, that the state's got to help disadvantaged communities with water issues. So again, we support moving ahead with this.
Again, compared to the enormity of the need, it's a drop in the bucket, but it's a welcome drop compared to where we were before. So
Thank you.
thank you very much for all your hard work. Speaking of hard work, Mr. Carrillo, glad you're here too. Thank you for all your help.
Thank you, board members. Omar Carrillo, Community Water Center. Real brief comments. I want to definitely echo a lot of what Paul just mentioned. Bottom line, this is a critical resource that will bridge the gap between a lot of the communities that have for many years not had the ability to even take that initial step towards receiving more permanent resource and getting their issues solved. So we want to thank staff most definitely for working diligently and reaching out to various stakeholder groups. I mean, it was a very intensive stakeholder-oriented process, which isn't easy. There was a lot of voices in the room, but ultimately that manifested into something that's reflective of what needs to happen. This hasn't been done before at the scale, as I understand it, and it's not just focused on the drinking water, but it's also groundwater and stormwater. Those are all various different types of stakeholders. But what we see here is an opportunity to create some synergies. ultimately there's opportunities where there's drinking water projects that might be able to, benefit also from the groundwater resource, and there is a ton of resource. So, but fundamentally, this technical assistance is going to get those communities that may not have maybe ever taken that initial step to work towards creating a long-term solution. And, we're looking forward to continuing to be part of this process. We have our list of communities ultimately who we definitely know will be taking that initial step, a lot of which are in the Central Valley, and we look forward to bringing other stakeholders forward to ensure that this money is used and that along the way, I know that there's an expedited process here to get this money out. I mean, the drought has kind of pushed the need to put this money out there quicker and get it to work sooner, but there needs to be, that process needs to be tempered with ensuring that we don't spend down all this resource before we get those communities teed up, and that's what this does. So I think that that's kind of the only thing that I'll mention is that we ensure that there is the proper check-ins to ensure that those communities on the small systems list that we all know of that keeps growing, they're all brought into the fold, and that we work together to ensure that this happens and helps these communities. That's all I have. Thank you.
I had one question, and it's more for Megan or actually any of the team. For those communities that aren't classified as small systems but are nevertheless disadvantaged, we also have programs for them. It's not this program, but it is. But we have other programs. So could you say just a word or two about that? Because there'll be, a lot of people listening won't get that there is a distinction here between small and disadvantaged.
Yeah, I think we do have existing technical assistance resources that are more broad as far as small or larger communities, specifically for drinking water existing. And then many of our grant programs are broader with that and are able to fund larger disadvantaged communities as well.
And is your group will be working not just with small, but also with other disadvantaged communities, correct?
Potentially, yes. We tried to keep the focus here on small disadvantaged because in general, those are the ones with the reduced capacity and minimal resources and those sorts of things. But we did leave the option for the division to allow assistance to larger disadvantaged communities if we felt it was appropriate.
And this is Julie Rosardo. I just would like to mention that all these resources, the existing technical assistance that we have for wastewater and drinking water, plus this additional Prop 1 technical assistance are all being managed within our Office of Sustainable Water Solutions. So all under my direction. So we've got, multiple seniors and multiple staff working on all the different pieces, but there's some coordination because it's all in the same section.
Well, the brevity of the presentation and the discussion is directly inversely proportional to the amount of work that you all have done and the size of the task in front of all of us. But it's great to have the tools, and it's great to have you all spearheading it. Thank you. This is going to be the most important work any of us have ever done. So thank you very much for what you have to do. And thank you to those of you who are out in the field every day helping us. It's very, very, very much appreciated and treasured, really. So thanks.
Might I make a motion?
Have to make a motion, yeah.
I'd like to move adoption and echo the chair's remarks and just note that the lack of written comments reflects the diligent work with stakeholders that preceded this item. So I want to thank you on that. And also thank you for integrating water management in your outlook for small disadvantaged communities and looking at all the aspects of water management, not just drinking water, but the whole range, because that's where the solutions for our small communities lies, is in integrated water management. So with that, I move adoption.
Ditto on everything and second the motion.
Great.
Aye.
Of meaty informational items. First, our statewide advisory committee on cooling water intake structures. I won't say the acronym. recommendations on the implementation schedules and the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling. Mr. Oglesby, nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to be here. There it is. There. Business with the presentation. For the record, I'm Rob Oglesby, Executive Director for the California Energy Commission. Happy to be here today to provide, to be the designee of the statewide advisory committee on cooling water intake structures to provide the annual report on the status of the once through cooling phase out and implications for the energy grid. So as you well know, that we are charged as an advisory committee to give you updates on progress and implications on the grid. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the technical group that supports and provides input to the SAQUIS committee. In particular, from the Energy Commission, Mike Jaskey and Lana Long. From the Public Utilities Commission, Neil Reardon and Bob Strauss. From Cal ISO, Dennis Peters, Andrew Ulmer, and David Lee. And finally, from the ARB, Stephanie Cato and Dave Mell. Now, this is a map of the facilities that were subject to the once through cooling rule. There are 19 plants in all. And this is, and you have to look a little closely because the dots are small, but you'll see that this legend for this map indicates the status of the plants, and the blue dots indicate that those are plants that are fully in compliance. The green dots indicate the plants that are on track to meet their schedule without significant problems. And then the yellow dots are those that we have on a watch because they have some either issues or decisions pending that bear scrutiny as we go forward. So the spoiler alert here from our recommendations are that there are no red dots. And a red dot would mean that we had significant problems, and we are not at that point. Everyone is either on track or, with the few exceptions that we're watching, well, they're on track but have a few things that are pending, as I mentioned. So this eye chart is a brief rundown that is in the report, but basically runs through the ones of the plants that are in compliance, either because they've been shut down entirely or they've been repowered. What you'll notice on the last two boxes draw your attention to Huntington Beach and San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station. The Huntington Beach has been shut down, reopened, and shut down, and now has synchronous condensers operating at it to provide voltage support for the Southern California grid. That we'll get to that sooner, but that's a kind of one of those sites where it was retired early and then came back online and is still an important part of the grid. The other footnote I'd put on is on San Onofre. It has been shut down for the last couple of years, but it still uses a minor amount of ocean cooling water for the spent fuel pool, but it's a very small percentage of what it was using as a operating plant.
There we go. Can you, so much for the idea of like attaching it to my head so that it will work. Remind me what synchronous condensers are. I'm sorry, I just can't retain it. I'm sure other people are wondering.
So synchronous condensers are really important tools to use in the grid that provide voltage support. So it's not just a matter of how many volts are being generated by facilities, but there's elements of the current that provide inertia that help account for variations in the demand on electrical supply. So think of it as a flywheel.
Right. And maybe I'm just, synchronous condenser is just what you call it?
It is.
It's sort of just it's condensing it and sending it back out.
Actually, what it is, I don't know why it's called a synchronous condensers. Engineers could probably give you a much more technical definition, but essentially it's a electric motor turning a generator and providing some mass and inertia in the system. There are people from Cal ISO right now that are falling off the chairs at my probably imprecise
Well, I'm sorry.
attempt to translate what the role of a
Well, and they
synchronous
could probably
condenser.
give me a longer description that wouldn't help me as much as what you did.
But it is important.
I'm expecting a call from Steve Burbridge any minute, so.
So this chart, which is also in the report, indicates the progress made against the schedule that was anticipated. And you'll notice that we're ahead of the game when it comes to phasing out once-through cooling, largely because of the major contribution made by the early retirement of songs. So the agency is engaged in scrutinizing grid reliability, and the implications, of course, and they have different roles, are the Energy Commission, predominantly involved with licensing of facilities, the CPUC, which has a number of rules related to procurement and power purchase agreement, and Cal ISO, which is the grid analytical arm involved with transmission capacity and grid reliability as their primary missions in life. So let me turn to progress on the power plants that are still pending, and I'm going to run through it from the north part of the state to south, and I spiced it up this year with aerial photographs. And this is Pittsburgh area, and the important element with Pittsburgh is that they need a power purchase agreement if they are going to continue in operation. Their plans would be to have the 5 and 6 to be repowered. They have a Tower 7, which would be the cooling tower for 5 or 6 if they go forward with that project. I've reported on this before, but as a reminder, there are a number of transmission projects, 4 in all, that are in progress around that location, and if they're all completed, then that energy resource is less essential to grid reliability than it would be if they're not completed. So Moss Landing, interesting aspect of Moss Landing is that the water intake is in the Elkhorn Slough, and it happens to be the state's largest power facility with 2,500 megawatts of capacity. It's a gas-fired plant, but it's even larger than our nuclear, our operating nuclear plant. And it has a kind of a split design in that 2 of the units that are operating are older than the 2 that are quite new. As a result of the settlement with the Water Board, its compliance deadline was extended from December 31st, 2017 to 2020. And they intend to pursue Track 2 compliance. So now I'm going to move on to Southern California. This is kind of the inset on the earlier map that highlights Southern California sites. One of the things that I'll mention kind of as a preface to going through these facilities is that the power needs and power capacity and supply in these areas varies greatly. So in some areas there's more than enough energy, in others it's a little tighter on the equation. So beginning with Mandalay, and their intake is from that canal, as you can see in the photo. So at the moment there is a filing by NRG, the plant's operators, to the Energy Commission to license a new plant that would be adjacent to it. There are discussions about whether that's the appropriate site, that the local government is advocating some alternative sites that are a little farther away from the beach for the replacement. But that proceeding is open and pending at the Energy Commission. The deadline for compliance to that plant is 2020, and they have a power purchase agreement still pending at the Public Utilities Commission. In the same neighborhood, we have Ormond Beach, and that takes its water up from the ocean directly. It also has a 2020 compliance date, but this is one of the areas where there's a lot of energy available, and so it is likely that 2 plants are not going to be needed for that facility. And NRG is evaluating what it wants to do with that particular facility. So it may be one of those facilities that would be retired entirely, but that decision is yet to be made. El Segundo. El Segundo has a couple of hitches. One is that it has no power purchase agreement, and it's really not pursuing the process to get repowered. And it does have a 2015 December a shutdown date, and so the plan at this point is to have it shut down. So it's actually in compliance with a shutdown. Redondo Beach. Redondo Beach has been an interesting and long story. Lots of controversy with the site, which is surrounded by urban use. Lots of local government activity on that. There was a meeting this week with the city council where it was decided that the application and progress on the report would be put on hold at least until August 2016, and that AES would market the property for non-industrial, in other words, non-power plant uses. So it's kind of on hold for this point in time, and it's also in one of those areas where there's a lot of energy resources available. So it doesn't have the same critical role as some of other plants that we've talked about. So moving to Alamitos. Alamitos also pulls its water from a canal. It has a 2020 deadline. It has 6 units producing with a capacity of a little over 2,000 megawatts. They have filed an application with the Energy Commission to repower the plant. It would be repowered their application is for 640 megawatts. As I said, it reflects the changes in the grid. And I guess I haven't mentioned it before, but I'll mention it now, is as the power plants along the coast get repowered, they're being repowered in a much more flexible and efficient and cleaner way. And in their repowered incarnations, they're much more helpful to integrate renewables onto the grid because they're much more responsive and can be ramped up and down and turned on and off much more quickly than these older steam plants. Oops, I should have slipped on that. So I skipped over all the word slides. Huntington Beach. As I mentioned earlier, Huntington Beach is an important energy resource. It does provide important support to the grid. The owners, AES, has applied for a license amendment that will change the configuration. We, the Energy Commission, had approved a license for the plant just recently, and almost immediately the applicants, AES, had decided that they wanted to revise the structure of the plant further, and they have only just recently, last week, filed an amendment to change the design, the hardware on the plant, basically. Essentially, it's the same footprint, but they're changing the design. So we'll be going through that application, that amendment application right away, as a matter of fact. This is indeed one to watch. And you'll notice that the headings on the slides are the same color code as the map, so we're on the yellow ones. Encina, Carlsbad. This is a project that has had a great deal of activity on it and is nearing the final part of the licensing process under the Energy Commission. There's 1 or 2 steps left. There's some challenges that are still pending, and that's why it's a watch. But it's almost to the point where the formal proceeding at the Energy Commission is completed, and we'll have a final decision. So in conclusion, we're asking the the water board to stand pat. We're making our recommendation from the SACWIS committee is to do nothing at the moment, make no changes in the schedule. We're recommending that we continue to watch the plants that have some still decisions pending in their process, but overall reporting good progress on the once through cooling phase out. Thank you.
A very clear presentation. Are there any questions before we go to comments? All right. We have two commenters. First, we have Ricky Russell from the Coastkeeper Alliance, and then we have Leslie Griffin from Heal the Bay. Good morning.
Ricky Russell with California Coastkeeper Alliance, which represents 12 waterkeeper organizations from San Diego to the Oregon border. Our organization has been working with the State Water Board to protect the marine environment from the intake of seawater for more than a decade by developing and implementing the once-through cooling policy and the newly adopted desalination amendment. With both policies adopted, CCKA is committed to the timely and proper implementation of regulations to ensure seawater intakes minimize marine life mortality. After reviewing the SACWIS report, we support the recommendation to not extend compliance schedules for any facility at this time. We also want to highlight staff's commitment to this annual SACWIS review. We know that the State Water Board has a lot of issues to manage, but it is important that SACWIS analyze grid reliability during each year of implementation, not just during the years when a facility is looking for an extension. Furthermore, in future reports and informational sessions, we would ask that SACWIS to consider analyzing and reporting on the relationship between power plants' capacity factor and the volume of water that they intake. The SACWIS report emphasizes that the plants are operating now at a low capacity factor, but recent inquiries with the CEC and the PUC indicate that this does not necessarily mean that there has been a commensurate reduction in water withdrawals, and any kind of further information on towards that would be helpful for our organization. Furthermore, songs and potentially other plants that have ceased producing power are still using seawater to cool their retired mechanisms such as fuel rods. It seems problematic to categorize these retired plants as now compliant, particularly given that we don't know exactly how much seawater is still being withdrawn. We would request that SACWIS and the Water Board endeavor to learn and publicly report the actual volume of water being used by all power plants, whether still in operation or retired. There should also be a clear policy for addressing the continued intake of seawater by plants that are supposed to now be compliant. So that is it. Thank you.
So can I jump in there? Because the information first on songs is available. It's in the annual reports for the MPDS permits for songs. And they are in compliance because they have reduced their intake by 93%. So they would meet track 1. So they do meet compliance even though they are still withdrawing about 7% of the water that they were prior. And then additionally, Ricky is correct that some of the plants don't have the ability to ramp down their water when they're using, when they're on low capacity because they have fixed pump sizes. So they can only either be on or off, or they can shut on or off a number of pumps. So they don't have the ability to dial up and down per their capacity that they're using. And that is one of the reasons why their technology needs to be replaced.
I see. So the issue is they're going to be replaced as opposed to
having... yeah, when we talk about repowering, the repowering is with once-through cooling technology, so they wouldn't be doing once-through cooling.
It wouldn't be hard to give that information in the next report, though, because it's out there. So why not?
It wouldn't be hard to add that information. I guess I would just dead on Mr. Bishop's comments. I would also add that one of the advantages of repowering the older plants is some of them, even though they're not being used, they're not generating electricity, they're on because it takes too long to meet some of the summer peak load. if you turn them off, we can't turn them on and get them up fast enough so they stay hot during, even when they're not generating for part of their use.
Hi, Leslie Griffin on behalf of Heal the Bay. Heal the Bay was deeply involved in the development of the once-through cooling policy. We served as a member of the expert review panel to inform the draft policy, and we have been tracking implementation since its adoption. We appreciate the State Water Board's leadership in convening the statewide advisory committee on cooling water intake structures and your close attention to policy implementation. My colleagues at Heal the Bay reviewed the 2015 SACWIZ report and do not have any recommended changes. We believe it's important that the State Water Board continue to work through SACWIZ to ensure timely once-through cooling policy implementation and fulfillment of the compliance schedule. We are particularly pleased to see that the power plants in the Los Angeles area are on track to meet the original compliance schedule by the end of this year for El Segundo Generating Station and 2020 for the others. We look forward to continued work with the State Water Board, SACWIZ member agencies, and our NGO partners as OTC implementation continues, both on issues related to compliance and mitigation. Thank you for your leadership on this important issue.
Other questions? Nicely done. Good work. Thank you very much. No need to vote because it's an information item. Thanks. Item number 4. I think that's what most of the room is here for. And now for the sobering presentation of the day. Is it? Oh, the chair, yeah, that's funny.
We were all trying to avoid being webcast in the back of the room, so.
Hello. Nice to see you all.
Morning, Chair Marcus, members of the board. I'm Karen Larson, Assistant Deputy Director of the Division of Drinking Water here at the State Water Board. With me today, I have Christine Sotelo, the Chief of our Lab Accreditation Program, as well as Dr. Steve Weisberg from the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, and Laura Phelps, U.S. EPA Senior Advisor to the Science Advisor, who is our expert panel chair. And we'll all be kind of tag teaming the presentation today. Oh, let's see, we're going to have to swap this. There we go. So I'm going to talk about the origin of ELAP and the responsibilities of the program, kind of educate you and everyone in the audience about what ELAP does and the scope of the program. Then I'm going to hand it over to Steve to talk about the process that we used for evaluating the program over the last several months. Then Laura will talk about the findings and recommendations that the expert panel has made in their final report that was just issued late last month. And Christine will round out the presentation with our program perspective and what we're planning to do moving forward. So ELAP was created by the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Act back in 1988, and it was formed as part of the Department of Public Health. I think the agency had a different name at that time, but you know who I'm talking about. It was intended to be a fully funded program and also intended to consolidate a number of accreditation programs that different agencies were implementing at the time. So multiple labs would have to get multiple accreditations from different agencies in order to do testing for different programs within the state. So ELAP was intended to consolidate all of that. The act also included the requirement for the program to convene an environmental lab technical advisory committee consisting of the lab community and agency stakeholders to advise the program on technical issues related to the accreditation program. And then finally, the program is actually a requirement of the primacy for the state to have primacy for implementing the Safe Drinking Water Act, which is
probably the reason why the ELAP program was put in Department of Public Health to begin with, and ultimately connected with the drinking water program. So during the transition of the drinking water program back in 2013, 2014, it actually seems like a long time ago to me, having now been in the program for a year. I was part of the transition team for ELAP, primarily because my previous role in the Office of Information Management and Analysis was managing the Water Board's QA program, and there's a lot of connectivity between ELAP and QA. So at that time, we were aware of a lot of problems with ELAP, complaints that even our Water Board staff had issued to ELAP about data problems that weren't being addressed. We were aware of, we were part of the LTAC, and so knew what was going on and knew that the program had some problems, and we thought that we could solve those. So we actively lobbied to have ELAP move with the drinking water program. And at that time, we also worked with DPH to solve some of the problems even before the program came over. So for example, I worked with DPH staff to hire Christine right before the program moved over. And that was also the time where we conceived the idea of doing a program review. And I initiated conversations with Steve and his staff on how that might be done. We wanted to model it on other reviews that the water boards had done for the surface water ambient monitoring program, for example. And so we got that initiated even before the program moved over. So what does ELAP do? We ensure that labs are competent to conduct analysis required by California regulatory programs. So while it resides within the water boards now and in the Division of Drinking Water, the program actually services multiple agencies. I also want to clarify that we ensure labs are competent to do the analysis that they want to be able to do, whether they're a municipal lab or a commercial lab, large or small. We don't ensure that the data are of known and documented quality. And I'm trying to make that clear because there's a misconception that if you're ELAP certified, the data's good. Really, the programs and the agencies have to participate in the data quality process, like SWAMP has over the years. So just wanted to make sure, made that point clear. So what does ELAP do? We certify labs by going on site and inspecting their processes, their methods, their equipment. We monitor them annually for performance using performance testing. So they have to get blank samples, measure those samples, report out on that, and then we enforce as necessary. So just like any of our other regulatory programs, we regulate labs. So just to orient you, the program is within the Division of Drinking Water under Cindy Forbes, who does happen to be in the audience today. And it's within my branch, which is the Program Management Branch. And again, Christine Sotelo is the chief. We have 27 funded positions with 3 vacancies currently that we're actively recruiting for. So this gives you an idea of the scope of the program. We accredit 700 labs, which is twice as many as the next largest program in the nation. We have lots of labs.
Have bigger labs in New York?
I guess that could be, and a bigger state. We also have half of our labs are municipal labs, so they're either within a drinking water agency or a wastewater agency. So many of them are small labs. Kind of reminds me a little bit of the drinking water program with small water systems. So just, it's a big program, and we have a lot of work to do to get it done. This gives you just a sense of what we accredit for. These are our fields of testing. The top 3 are hazardous waste for DTSC and other programs within the Water Board, drinking water, and wastewater. So those are the big ticket fields of testing. And the point I want to make here is that while these are fields of testing, and I believe we have 28 total fields of testing that we accredit for, they're not all created equal. There's many methods within each of these fields of testing, some more than others. And that'll be important when we talk about how we assess fees on the program and how we need to change the structure of our fees moving forward. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Steve Weisberg.
So as Karen mentioned, a little over a year ago, she approached me and said, we'd like to do a review and we'd like you to facilitate that review so it's independent of the state board doing it themselves and bring in a series of experts from the outside. The very first step that we took in the process was to start to meet with stakeholders, to get the stakeholders actively involved, and we formed a stakeholder advisory committee. And this was important for several reasons. First off, we had to make sure that we were finding the best people and unbiased people to serve on the panel. So the stakeholders were provided a list of candidates that we had vetted as qualified, and they were asked to identify any that they just plain old did not want on the panel because they thought they were either unqualified or biased. So they basically gave the opportunity to blackball anyone. And then they were also given the opportunity to rank those groups. As it turns out, the rank that they provided was the same ranking that we had. And it turned out that every single one of the people that we identified said yes, because they recognized that California is the largest program of its type in the nation and has the opportunity to kind of set the stage for how these programs go in other places. So you have in Laura and in the rest of the panel the A-list. We also used the Stakeholder Advisory Committee to help us identify the charge questions. Obviously, there was a list of charge questions that came from Karen and Christine, but they were modified, augmented by the stakeholders to make sure that all of the issues that need to be brought out were brought out. The stakeholders also provide us the opportunity to develop the agendas. We wanted to make sure the panel was hearing from all the right people and hearing a wide range of perspectives. We held 3 in-person meetings of the panel. We held 1 webinar where the panel heard essentially testimonies from people in other states about things that they were doing. Every one of those meetings, there was the opportunity for the Stakeholder Advisory Committee to provide essentially summary thoughts on how the stakeholders were looking at it. There was also opportunity for any kind of public comment. In addition to those meetings, the panel also had the opportunity to interview the staff from the program. They had the opportunity to interview a number of the laboratories that were involved. They also had the opportunity to interview the clients of the program. Obviously, the state board programs are some of the clients, but you have other state agencies. And so they met with about 20 different other agencies that are reliant upon what is essentially now a state water board program, but provides that service for a number of other state agencies. That culminated in a report. That was about a year-long process. The panel was meeting bi-weekly by phone between their meetings, and you have that report in front of you. That is not the end of the panel process. The panel is going to continue to interact, and they're going to do that in 2 ways. One of the things that the stakeholders said is that while the report identifies a number of things, it's a pretty big leap in terms of number of things, and what they noticed is that there was a whole bunch of activities that were taking place at the program 2 or 3 weeks before every one of their meetings. And they said, why don't we be meeting bi-monthly by a webinar as kind of an impetus and setting some interim deadlines. And your program people were very enthusiastic about doing that because they recognized the value of it, plus the value of getting feedback from the panel as they're moving along, plus the opportunity to also inform the community about changes, because you're going to be making, I suspect, a fair number of changes in the program. And so these public webinars would not only inform the panel, but it would also be a way of informing the community. But most importantly, the way we set up the panel process is the panel doesn't come and just give you one-time advice about what's wrong with the program and what you could do. It's going to come back probably in early 2017. We talked about a year or some other period that makes sense in terms of where the program's at, to give you a second report of how well are they doing in responding to the changes that were recommended. Now, it may be that the panel does, or the program decides that some of those changes that were recommended are imperfect and they went in a different direction. There'll be opportunity to explain why. But more importantly, there'll be an opportunity for the ones they do agree with, or you all agree with, for the panel to come back and say, have you implemented those right? And then that will also present the opportunity to then also begin talking about how can you improve the program even further. So with that, what I'd like to do is turn it over to Laura Phelps. Laura is the chair of the panel, and she will tell you about
essentially the essence of what's in the report that you have in front of you.
For the opportunity to be here on behalf of the panel to speak to you today. Jordan Adelson, Stephen Arms, Mitzi Miller, and David Speece and myself did make up that panel, and it's my privilege to be here to share with you, what our results were of our findings. I would be remiss to not sit here and tell you how grateful we are for the interaction that we had from the 3 individuals sitting beside me, as well as stakeholders that are in this room, that are on the webinar today, and are interacting even from wherever in comments that you received as well. They have been very open with us from the beginning, and it allowed us to do our job. It allowed us to see where there could be improvements made and how we could best move forward. So that's what I want to share with you today, is just a quick summary of what our report says. We know you may not have time to read the number of pages that are there.
Yeah, read it.
But also highlight for you where the problems lie and some recommendations that we've made to hopefully help get things back on track. So unfortunately, I have to be the bearer of bad news today in that the program is in a great deal of trouble. And Karen has already told you that, and they knew that when they took it on. There are several programmatic deficiencies that actually led us to this conclusion, and they're not being a management system in place. They're not being trained program staff that are held accountable for the work that they're supposed to be doing, or even know what work they're supposed to be doing. Trying to run a program against things that are out of date, that are over 20 years old, very difficult to do. And they've lost their credibility with their stakeholders, and they haven't necessarily been communicating with them as well as they could. So we're recommending there be an established management system, that there be accreditation standards, that people know what they're being accredited to, that they're able to use the most relevant, the most highly recommended methods that are available today, that they have the resources that they need to make all of this happen, and certainly put into place a better communication system to make all that happen. Credibility is being trusted and believed in, and unfortunately this program is not in that position today. And they're not in that position today not only from their clients and the laboratories and the stakeholders that are here within the state of California. They've lost that trust outside of California as well. And that's unfortunate when you do look at the fact that this is the largest state in the United States when it comes to a laboratory program that needs to be in place. So let's look at what we need to do to move forward, because we believe there's hope. We believe that this can be fixed, and we believe that you've taken a very important step already in taking this program on into making that happen.
Sorry to interrupt. Could you explain for the folks watching who the clients of ELAP are? That's an interesting term.
The clients are a pretty diverse group of people. There's several regulated agencies across the state of California that they actually provide services to. I'm sorry, I don't have the entire list in front of me. I don't know if you want to list.
So this is Christine. So it's agencies like DTSC, data users like Fish and Wildlife, California Fish and Wildlife, the Water Board's NPDES programs, Division of Drinking Water that use the data. There are the clients. And then the clients are also the laboratory community that we certify.
And that's what I was going to take a step further is I didn't want to name all the regulatory agencies because I was scared I'd get their names wrong. And we were very privileged to meet with at least a dozen of them, if not more, that came. The California Air Resources Board, Fish and Wildlife, DTSD. I mean, they all came and sat down and talked with us as well. But clients go beyond that as well, and that's certainly the small laboratories, the medium laboratories, the large laboratories, and the public and private sector as well. You're welcome. So the very first problem that we'd like to highlight is there not being a management system in place. When there isn't an internal management system in place that actually gives you some type of guidelines or some type of structure as to how you should be functioning, what your expectations are, what it is you're even doing your job to, it's very hard to know what your responsibilities are and to be performing or being held accountable to anything. So we think it's critically important for there to be a robust, comprehensive management system in place so that this is corrected, because it's probably the root cause of many of the problems that we're seeing in existence today. So we're recommending that they use a widely respected standard to establish their management system. There are a couple of them out there. They're nationally recognized standards that are designed for laboratory accreditation type programs. It's not going to be creating a management structure just for a company that wants to sell coffee. It'll be a management system and a structure that's designed for a group that's intended to be accrediting laboratories. We think that there's a few things minimally that they may definitely need to do in having an operational process to carry out their day-to-day functions, internal reviews to make sure that they're taking account of themselves, that they're assessing their performance along their way, that the staff do have responsibilities and have something to be held accountable to as well. And using these types of programs has numerous benefits because people will have defined roles. There will be transparency. There will be communication. There'll be consistency in how things are done. And there will be a suite of tools that are at the fingertips for the staff as well as the laboratories themselves for people to take advantage of in knowing how to move forward. The second thing is the laboratory accreditation standards themselves. If the staff doesn't know what they need to be holding people accountable to, and the laboratories don't need to know what they need to be, what expectations they need to be meeting, then it's very difficult for this program to be overseeing what they need to be doing in the quality management systems that we believe need to exist within the laboratory to help you have more confidence in their competency, to help there be more confidence in the quality of data that is being produced, whether that data itself is being evaluated or not. It does provide you an opportunity to know that things are working more efficiently and working better. It also allows you to have qualified staff. Very hard to have a group of people qualified to do their work when there's nothing to be qualified to, when you don't know what their qualifications need to be in order to meet them. So it's critically important that there's a set of laboratory accreditation standards in place for them to be operating and running this program against and or to. There are three options to get them there. They can create their own. They could modify something that's there, or they can use something that already exists. But this is critical for them to have standards in place to even get off the ground from where they are today. And we don't believe that what they have in place today is working. It's part of what's led to where things are today, and it's part of what's put them in a state of flux, if you will, as to what they're actually should be holding their staff accountable to, what they should be holding laboratories accountable to and doing. So we're recommending that they take an off-the-shelf standard to get started. It's something they can readily agree to, it's something that they can readily use, and it comes with an entire suite of tools, not only for themselves, but for the laboratory community as a whole, for all of their stakeholders, for all of their clients, whether it's the regulated community or the laboratories themselves. The whole suite will have support because if they adopt something that's in existence, is something that's working today, is something that other people are using today, and it gives them the chance to have that support system to help them move forward. And if you decide in a couple of years that that standard doesn't quite work for California, take the time then to make some modifications, to step back. We didn't say to go join a club. We're not saying that. We're saying use something that's publicly available. It doesn't mean that you have to join them and be a part of them to do that, because it's out there to be used. The third
You've got to use relevant methods. It's very difficult to be held accountable to something that's 20 years old, especially when you have laboratories that are trying to be state-of-the-art in dealing with the problems and the issues that you're facing today. Unfortunately, it's tied up in state regulations currently. So ideally, if you can get those specific references out of the regulations, which really don't need to be detailed there, that's ideal. You know, if you can't do that, there's a short-term solution that we see in using alternative methods that's listed within Title 22. I don't want to get caught in the weeds today, but you know, the fallback plan is ultimately to do a method update as quickly as possible. But you know, we see this as something that, you know, hopefully you can be very helpful with helping them to move forward, is ideally get them out so that they can always use the latest and greatest and not have to go through that regulatory process every time. Resources, you know, there's staff resources that need to be there for training to meet the needs, to be using the accreditation standard that gets established. There have been inadequate fees up to now to run the program and it be as sustainable as it could be. So there's an attention that needs to be there to resources. And there's some things that can be done in the interim to help. And, you know, there's certainly the longer term commitment that needs to be there as well. But if they can really invest in the staff that they have, you've already heard they have 27 people, 27 staff positions to help run this program. And that could truly be adequate if they are qualified, if they have something to be held accountable to, if they have a management system in place to operate and to function. And then the fee structure for the program needs to be equitable for everybody that's participating within that program and getting the benefit from what their expectations are of that program. Hard to do that when the program needs some help currently, so that's a hard question to swallow right now, which I know that they're struggling with. But incorporate the use of expanded resources. 700 laboratories is a lot, and there are other tools that are out there by participating in accreditation programs that are used by other states and other places. There's some, I'm losing the word that I want to use, but reciprocity between those states that can happen. There are third parties that are out there that some of your laboratories contract with today to have their assessments done that could take the burden off of staff at any given time. There are things to consider. There are things and there are options that could be tools in the toolbox as well. And last but not least, communication. There hasn't been the right communication and outreach with the stakeholders that needs to be there. And so making sure that there's a communication plan in place, making sure those tools are actively there, not only for their own staff, but for the laboratories and the clients and the people that they interact with regularly, is critical as well. And they've started that. They may not be achieving their mission today, but they've taken an enormous step by the two ladies that you have sitting here beside me, by the things that they've already done with their staff to put the right people in place to make this happen. They get it. They recognize that this isn't a trivial journey and it's going to take some work to make it happen, but we're extremely encouraged that we've seen a group of people that want to make it happen. That journey can't happen with just them, and the stakeholders that are a part of this community have to recognize that change is hard for everybody, and it requires everybody to change. And by adopting a consistent set of standards to hold people accountable to have a management system in place to be followed, it falls down the line to other in the impacts that it has. So everybody has to step up to the plate to make that happen, and they need your support to make that happen. And they need you to hold them accountable for what they're doing as well. So there is hope. As I said in the very beginning, we do believe that they can get back to where they were in the very beginning, that they can regain their credibility, that they can have financial sustainability in getting back on track, and that they can have an accreditation process that they're proud of. We've set a temporary mission, for them, but the long-term vision is to be the greatest in the U.S., because they certainly have the largest program to be successful with. So
We'll actually hold that till.
okay.
Yeah, I figured there was going to be so what do you propose we do about it? Thank you for that incredible, thank you for all that hard work. Sobering, clear assessment. It's eye-widening, jaw-dropping. So looking forward to the what do we do about it part.
So I'm Christine Sotelo, as mentioned earlier, the chief of ELAB. So thank you, board chair and board members. Before I round out this presentation, I just want to thank Cindy and Karen for their support and all of the water board support for this program, and also to the expert panel members, Laura, Steve, Jordan, Mitzi, and David, for all the work they've done over this past year, and also Dr. Weisberg. He organized everything and made it so that we really didn't have to do much except provide information that he needed. And also to the staff, because this has been a tough year for them. The fortitude that they've had to follow me and Karen and Cindy without a roadmap. And so this expert panel report is the roadmap that we need. And so my slide is just one. And walking into this program, I could see that it needs a comprehensive overhaul. You heard everything that Laura has said in her presentation. And so we're committed to doing that. And we support the report and the findings and the recommendations. And it's all very clear, and it is, as I said, our roadmap to improving the program and holding us accountable for everything that we should be doing to move this program forward and in a positive direction. And as I said, we've been working diligently over this past year and making improvements, putting Band-Aids on things that we know need to happen, things that we obviously saw were efficiencies that we could make, hiring staff, reorganizing ELAB internally. So we've done that, and it is a legacy issue, you've heard, so it's going to take time. But given that, we've already been implementing some of the recommendations that the report has identified, and I just want to mention two of them. So you heard about the management system. So the one that is nationally recognized, internationally recognized, is ISO 17011, and we've purchased the requirements and we've started to implement that. And what that is, and you've heard about it from Laura, but it's essentially an SOP for everything. How you address complaints, how you train your staff. So everyone knows how we operate, and it's transparent. So we've already begun to implement some of those things. It's going to take time, but we are doing that. And then you heard from Laura that the communication was failing, and it really was just neglected by ELAB. And so we've developed a strategic communications actions plan. It's a living document. It's going to always be in draft because your communications have to continue with the community and your clients. It's on our website, and it identifies our communications internally, up and down and across our organization, within ELAB, and also to the clients. It discusses how we'll have regular meetings with the state agency partners that are very important in ELAB's success and the quality of the data. So that's all contained in the Strategic Communications Actions Plan. So that's just a couple things that we're already doing. But I just want to mention that you heard it's a challenging road for us, that we're following, and we need time and support. We definitely do have the support by executive management and the stakeholders too. Laura mentioned that everybody has to come together and agree that we need to make some changes and overhaul this program. We talked about how we need standards, that we have a lot of choices to make from the options that the expert panel gave us. But I want to make clear to everyone that whatever standard we choose, that it's going to be something that we will reach out and discuss openly with everyone. It's not going to be something we're going to choose overnight and you have to do this standard. I mean, there's regulations that are required to be written to implement it. And you heard about the outdated regulations. That's going to take time. The methods are actually in the regulations that are outdated, 20-something years old. And then training of staff. This is not a program where you can send someone to a 1 or 2 day training. They have to be experts in specific disciplines, radiochemistry, organic chemistry, and they need time at the bench. They need to have that years of experience. And then that's just the technical side. They also need auditing experience, inspection and experience. So it's going to take time. So those are the challenges that we have ahead of us, but we are very hopeful, and I'm motivated and excited, and we have the support of Cindy and Karen and executive management, and we're looking forward to making ELAP a leader in the nation. And you heard that from Laura, that we can definitely be there, and we were there before, and we can be there again.
We have a lot of speakers, but I think we should start with some questions.
Thanks. You actually answered a lot of my questions, Christine, and thanks to the expert panel and to this group for daylighting the issue very honestly and thoughtfully. And I look forward to hearing from the speakers later. The one question you didn't bring up, Christine, was responding to recommendation for resources. And I was curious from the expert panel perspective, well, just simply, how do our fee structure, or how does our fee structure here in California compare to some of the other states, in terms of parity with the work that's done, and could we look to some of the other states for suggestions on restructuring our fees?
I think that there are tons of models out there that can be considered, but when you're the largest state that has the largest base of laboratories, it's different and it's challenging and it's difficult. So I think that there's some requirements in place within the state of California that's helped dictate how their fees have been structured. But I think the biggest message that we can offer is that laboratories want to be treated equitably for what they're being assessed for. Whether they're very small or whether they're very large and have much larger scopes or smaller scopes. So I would say it's an expensive program in a lot of people's minds, but it is something that will take some work to hammer out those details with the stakeholders.
Thank you. This was very informative. So just jumping ahead to some of the written comments, and I know we're going to hear from the stakeholders, but giving you an opportunity either now or after they speak to address some of the questions, it seems to me that there might be a little concern about throwing out what is working. So could you comment? You raised, this was very thorough and informative about what's not working, but could you comment on what is working?
So I think that there are definitely some dedicated staff in ELAP that have a lot of knowledge and technical training. So there are definitely the new staff that we've hired that can learn from them. So we're having them shadow them, take them out on audits to learn. So there's definitely that technical expertise. It's just not enough for the amount of laboratories that we do have. And then as far as just the structure, I think that the administrative way that they have reviewing laboratories applications that come in was working. I mean, we need to get into the new age of technology. Everything was paperwork, but the internal audits that they had of the paperwork were working, but the electronic submittal, all of those things were just kind of getting them up to speed. So those things are working with the program.
One question, there was a recommendation that at least in the interim and perhaps long-term, that we would be working with we could consider working with third parties or with other states who have programs. Is that part of your plan in terms of making changes in the short term, if not in the longer term?
Recommendations from the panel was to use other accrediting bodies' certificates, and we're doing that to address our backlog of inspections. So if another state has certified a lab and has inspected a lab for the exact same method and has passed their proficiency testing and doesn't have any issues, corrective action, we'll use that certificate to certify that lab, because it doesn't make sense to go and spend resources to go to that lab. There are a couple kinks in the process that we have to work out, but for the most part, it's useful, and we've been able to reduce our backlog.
Along those lines, this reminds me a little bit of some of the presentations we've had recently on our Lean Six Sigma process for increasing the excellence of our programs. And I was just curious if you want to comment on that. You know, from a board member standpoint, real concerned about customer service and responsiveness, you know, to our clients and to the laboratories and that sort of thing. Are you looking at some performance measure, standards looking ahead along the lines of the Lean Six Sigma process, and, you know, turnaround time for processing work products and that sort of thing?
So as the manager of the program, each of the staff are really being overseen and watched and ensuring that they're being held accountable for the work that they do, and that the turnaround time definitely is within a reasonable amount of time. And some of the requirements are in regulation. So we're really following the law and the regulations and how the program should be implemented. As far as performance metrics and measures will be part of the board's performance report. We're not part of it. The division is, but ELAP we still have work to do on some of the foundational issues, but as soon as we get that, then we can start identifying what our performance metrics and measures will be.
A little bit about timing. There's obviously a mountain of work to be done here, and so some of it may be things that we need to help you with quickly, like the change in the regulations, so that you're not held to outdated dotting I's and crossing T's and the like. What's your timing on bringing stuff back to us, and what's your timing on asking for more resources, whether through a fee redo or asking for a special general fund or other monies to help us accelerate what we need to do to right this ship? Because obviously time's of the essence. I know some of our speakers are concerned we're going to go too fast, but you know, you want to have the quickest, most thoughtful, responsible response to these very thoughtful recommendations, because obviously we want to be top of the game and we want to figure out how to get there quickly, which is, you know, it seems to me obviously we could also be using consulting dollars to bring in some qualified people in the short run. I mean, that's the obvious thing you would do in this situation, as opposed to waiting to train our staff, no matter how good they are. If they don't have the skills, you know, we're not going to wait to send them to graduate school. So how do we do those things that can help get us the skills we need quickly? So I'm assuming you'll have proposals to us through our, you know, all the right processes, but I just want a sense of the timing on which we're going to see the options and recommendations.
The first thing we need to address is the fees, and you're going to be hearing about that soon. You'll probably hear that in December, I think. This is hot off the press. But we really need to make the program whole and generate the revenue that we need to make the program whole. And when I say whole, it's to have all of the elements that Karen mentioned in her program: inspect, certify, monitor, and enforce. When the program was at the other agency, there were no areas of monitoring and enforcement. So now we have staff that are looking at that, reviewing the PTs, really looking at labs and taking action, enforcement type actions. And so we really need to ensure that what we charge is enough revenue for those elements of the main elements of the program.
Well,
I'll just add, in terms of timing, I think we can commit to coming back, and we haven't talked about how we want to do this, but I would certainly like to hear your input on the selection that we make on the laboratory accreditation standards, and we can bring that back, working with stakeholders in probably early 2016, before the end of the fiscal year.
Litany of things that we need to go through, and what are the options for moving quickly yet responsibly. I don't, as much as the effort's been hamstrung for a variety of reasons, historic, regulatory, and otherwise, I don't want us to hamstring ourselves in response by not thinking outside the box in ways that will be helpful to our customers and clients and other folks. It's always the strategy for how to move through these issues as quickly as we can, but as responsibly as we can. So maybe we do some of that in follow-up conversations, and I'm sure that the other board members are going to want to hear about sort of when to expect each chunk of things we can help you with.
Thanks for that question. So fees could come as early as December?
Will come to you December 1st.
All right. So thank you for the comments that you included on stakeholder process, but if you could specifically talk about a stakeholder process between now and December.
So we had a workshop scheduled and we've already held a workshop with stakeholders on the fees. This initial fee effort is a hurry-up offense, as Cindy Forbes would say, based on the legislation that came with the trailer bill and the budget, and allows us to raise our fees to make us whole based on our what's the word I'm looking for? Just the fact that we're in the red big time. So we have to raise fees immediately. What we can't do now is raise them or change the structure in a way that's more equitable. I talked about the fields of testing. We need to look into options for, in the long term, fixing the fees so that they are more equitable across labs. And we will be doing that, but we can't do it in this initial effort.
What do you expect the timing to be on that?
It depends on a couple of things. We have processes in place to be able to do potentially emergency regulations like we do with our other programs. So it would change the way we actually modify fees annually as the budget is adopted. So that's more to come.
In that process, the fee branch, they have a robust stakeholder process. So we would work with the laboratory community and have workshops and get their feedback on what structure is the best option.
Along this same line of discussion, it would be really helpful to have some kind of, it doesn't have to be in a lot of detail, but some kind of a work plan outlining what are some of the key issues in response to the recommendations, an approximate timing of when things will be undertaken, and when the board, as well as stakeholders, might expect some products and some results and some recommendations. I mean, there's certainly a lot of work that have been put into it, and a lot of work that you all have put into it sort of along the way, but I think for me it would be helpful just to see the overall master plan, especially how long it will take us to get to the prime position that we want to achieve with this program.
Brought up the idea of fees, and I think it's important to recognize that first off, the panel really focused on the technical aspects, and so their recommendations on fees are relatively minor. But since you all seem to be focused on that, I think you want to separate, in a sense, two thoughts. There's the thought of what you need to do to become whole. The legislation requires you for this to be a self-sustaining program. At present, with the size of staff, which the panel believes is appropriate, it is not self-sustaining. And so there's essentially a fee rise that would be associated with making it self-sustaining. That has nothing to do with the cost of improvement. And so I think one of the things that the panel has talked with your staff about is seeing if you can separate out so that basically the ratepayers, or the laboratories, are not having to pay for the improvement process, because right now they're paying some of the higher fees in the nation. With the essentially making the program whole, they will be paying the highest fees in the nation. To ask them to also pay for self-improvement of the program is essentially adding a little bit of insult to injury, in the sense of we're paying high fees for a program that's not up to date, and then we're having to pay extra to make it up to date. So you were asking what kind of things you could do. You may look to try and separate those issues so that you take away the injury of the high fees for the program in general, separated from the costs of essentially bringing the program to the high level you'd like it to be.
That's what I was trying to get at, in terms of consulting dollars and other dollars and options for getting that money. That's exactly what I meant. Thank you for saying it better than I said it. All right, let's go to the comments. We have quite a few. I suspect we'd have more because it seems like we have a coterie of folks who are driving distance from Sacramento. I suspect we'd have more if people wanted to fly or drive even further. So it's an important issue. So folks have asked for largely 3 to 5 minutes. Let's go with 5, and obviously we always appreciate 3, but 5's fine. It's really important, and you've come to speak with us. The first speaker is Tony Pirandini, Water Quality Manager from the city of Vacaville, followed by Giti Haravian, forgive me if I mispronounce that, from Fairfield Sassoon Sewer District. Hi.
All right, good morning, Chairman Marcus and members of the board. And I want to thank you today for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Before I start, I also want to thank your staff, Cindy Forbes, Karen Larson, Christine Sotelo, the expert review panel led by Laura Phelps, and Dr. Steve Weisberg's help for all their efforts in improving the ELAP program. This was no easy undertaking. And I agree with so much of what was in the presentation, but the devil is in the details. And how these changes are made is going to be a big stakeholder process. And as a longtime lab community member of CWA, which is the California Water Environment Association, and the American Water Works Association, I'm here today representing smaller agencies, as I believe they are most vulnerable to some of the ERP recommendations, if taken as a prescription. I have been working in environmental lab profession for over 32 years, 9 in commercial labs before working the last 23 years supporting the City of Vacaville water and wastewater programs. I also represented CWA on LTAC for about 10 years, from 2003 to 2013. I'm taking time here today because I'm very concerned that the ERP recommendations taken whole as a prescriptive solution would negatively affect more than half the nearly 700 laboratories that currently have ELAP certificates and would set up some labs to fail. Before going into detail, some detail, not much, I have to address the problem of a lack of really a true public process, as we were rushed to put in comments for something that we were told wasn't really a public process. And then even a lot of those comments that we made to the ERP report, you've not seen because they weren't included. They weren't given to you directly. They were given to the ERP and they were held back. So that's one reason why I think a lot of people here who invested time in that process are here today. My main concern is that the ERP may have overstepped their initial mission of answering a simple set of charge questions by additionally creating a long list of prescriptive changes that focus on a one-size-fits-all solution. Further, I'm concerned that the panel is in charge of the process and not the state board. As already stated, many of the ERP recommendations would set up smaller labs to fail. One example, if the TNI standards are adopted adopted across the board, many of the smaller labs will likely not be allowed to be able to perform their own regulatory compliance testing. And what I mean by that is that the TNI standards kind of need 3 people really to do the quality assurance and review. And there are some places that only have 2 or 3 people. And they're doing regulatory compliance testing. And so I'm concerned that those labs would have to sub their work out and they would be shut down. And I don't think that's the intent of what all these changes are. The California's program is very diverse and supports a large and small, even tiny laboratories. And everything that's reported to support programs is required to have a nexus to ELAP certification if you're doing bench lab data. And we're not going to go into online data because that's another story. Now I believe the ELAP is actually a good program. As mentioned earlier by Doreen, we've only focused on the negative, but there's actually a lot of positive to this program. It kind of functions like a DMV. Initially, you prove that you can pass a driver's test, you can drive the car, and then there's even an enforcement arm. They even act as the CHP and the police officers in evaluating their performance testing. And if they get in tickets, meaning they're not passing the proficiency testing samples, then there's a threat, or they could be told they can't do that test anymore. I'm concerned that this program itself basically requires the registration, the lab exists, and many of the components are going to continue going forward in this program. I think if you look at it, and this overhaul is actually going to be more like a 20% change when you finally get down to the end of everything. So I'm concerned that we're looking at that we're making something that this really is a broken program, and we just throw it out and start over. This isn't the case. Now, I think in defense of ELAP, let's look at ELAP then and now. I think then, only a little more than a year ago, as Christine mentioned and Karen's mentioned, the ELAP had no manager. The manager had retired, and ELAP did not meet a lot of their oops, looks like I'm running out of time here. Okay, so I'm going to speed this up real quick. Or I can end now if you'd like.
Go ahead, another concrete point.
Okay.
That you want, because what you're trying to do is open our eyes to what you want us to be
Yes.
looking at as we move forward, not...
Okay. I believe that the ERP letter has been overly critical of the ELAP program, EP report, and I think that needs to be looked at what is working and what isn't working a little more carefully before overhauling it. And I think what was mentioned, the management systems that have been put in place at 17011 they've made great strides already to fix a lot of the problems that are identified in that ERP report. And so I think just by getting those management systems in place, getting people actually trained to do the work, holding them accountable, is actually a lot of the issues are going to go away. So then after that is actually, the management systems are done, then I think evaluating its shortcomings is critical. Again, and one other point is that regulations are out of date. They do need to be updated. LTAC, tried to help this process in 2003, had something on the docket that never got pushed through, and would have solved some of these issues. There's also some problems with the current regulations that they're prescriptive for fees and all that, and they're not fair for the fee program, and of course, so this program is not going to be fixed overnight. It's going to need regulatory support. It might even need statute changes. And so I appreciate everything, your support for everything you're doing here, and I want to thank you for your leadership and commitment to improve this California's program. And I thank you very much.
Ravian, followed by Josie Tellers from the city of Davis and Kauai.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Tony covered a few concerns I had, and without restating all that, I would like to mention one of the requirements of TNI is, like Tony said, requiring 3 positions for a laboratory, which is a lab manager, a QA officer, and analyst. And many of the certified laboratories are small utilities, and they will not be able to support employing 3 positions in their lab, and they will be forced to close down their labs and use a third-party lab for their compliance monitoring, in which case the real-time data will not be available to them. And as a result, there will be multiple violations for those utilities because they're not being made aware of the data in a timely manner, and that will have a huge environmental impact besides the financial impact on the utility and possibly human health impact. The other thing that may force the utilities to shut down their in-house laboratories is the current fee structure, which is basically a flat fee for certification and then based on field of testing, increased fees based on field of testing and not the methods that the labs are requiring to be certified. Each field of testing have numerous methods to certify it for, and labs, out of this number of methods, lab may require only one or two methods to be certified for, and it's not fair to have this fee structure based on field of testing and a flat rate for the certificate. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Yeah, do you want to clarify some of this for the?
I think, if you don't mind, I'd like to respond
ahead.
to
I
a couple
figured
of
we'd
these
have
things
to come
and
back to
maybe
some
add a
of
little
the-
bit of clarity to it.
Yeah, go ahead.
And it starts with Tony's comments, and he had essentially three pieces to the equation. And I'd like to vehemently disagree with two of them and agree with the third. The first one he had mentioned is concerns with the process, and that there wasn't enough time for public comment, and the public comments weren't paid attention. I want to vehemently disagree by letting you know that at every one of the meetings of the panel, there was 4 hours set aside for public comment, and many of those hours were used. In addition, there was an opportunity to provide written comments to the panel at any time during the process. And on their biweekly phone calls, the panel went through every one of those comment letters. That doesn't mean they agreed with everything that's in there, but they went through, read them, and interacted with each other and said, how are we going to do something differently as a result of this letter? In addition, he said that those things were hidden. Actually, every single comment letter is on the ELAP review panel has a website. Every PowerPoint that was provided to them, every comment letter that was provided to them is on that website. Now, there was also an opportunity, pretty rare for an expert panel, to actually have the public, the stakeholder community, provide comments on a draft report. And they hold a meeting to get in-person comments on that draft report, and they made modifications as a result. And again, all of those comments are on the draft report, are on the website. So I want to disagree, and I'm hoping that maybe some of the other speakers will, if they feel otherwise, I'd like to hear that, but I'm hoping that they will tell you that it's been a very open process. The panel has heard from everybody. The second thing is he claimed that the program is not really that broken. I think you'll have to read the report for yourself, but I will tell you, again, a vehement disagreement. The panel looked at it. The panel is a group of experts from around the country, none of them working in California, and they have the perspective of having looked at every other state. I mean, Laura oversees ELAB laboratory certification at the national level for EPA. Jordan Adelson is responsible for that for the Navy. These are people who see programs in other states. Clearly, California, in their perspective, has severe problems. And so I don't think your starting point is the problem. The program is functional, needs a little tweak. The program is non-functional. It is no longer accepted by other states. It's no longer has credibility with its locals, and the panel is able to identify good reasons for that. The third thing that Tony mentioned, and our second speaker mentioned, is the idea of small labs versus large labs. And that's an issue I think you need to pay a lot of attention to. And I think there are two aspects to that. The first aspect is, should the rules be different for small labs versus large labs? And the panel spent a lot of time on that. And in the end concluded that they're all working towards the same end. The same decisions are being made about the health, the quality of drinking water, the quality of ambient water, and so therefore they should be held to the same standard. However, some of the requirements that you're going to put in terms of management systems, and one of the things that the panel recommended is that the laboratories do quality management systems. So in a sense, you can either look at it as, well, I'm just going to take a look at the person who does the laboratory work at the bench and look at, does that individual know how to analyze for this particular chemical? Or I can look at the larger laboratory system and say, you know, is there a review process? Is there a training process? You know, how do we ensure that the quality of the materials that we order and that the materials that we use as our reagents haven't been sitting on the shelf for too long? That's a quality system approach, and they have advocated that you should make that part of your program. It is part of most other states, and they feel it should be part of your state program. That's the one that's going to be harder for small laboratories to implement. And of course, I think one of the things that you heard is accurate. About 80% of the laboratories that are certified have 5 people or fewer. So you're talking about, now they may not be the ones who produce the most analyses in the state, because some of the larger laboratories do more, but in terms of numbers that go through this process, about 80% are 5 people or smaller. And when you try to put a quality system in for somebody that's a 2-person laboratory, it's not a very robust system, and the paperwork, and that's what they're concerned about. I think the panel was cognizant of this and recommended to you all that a lot of the burden isn't just going to be on the laboratories, but is also got to be on the staff, because they've got to be the ones who don't look at it as, we're the ones who come in and tell you what to do. It has to be looked at as, we're the ones who come in and help you do that. You will be a better laboratory as a result. They're also the ones who have to have the burden of saying, okay, so how can we tailor the quality management system so it works effectively and not burdensomely for a 2-person laboratory compared to a 500-person laboratory? And so I think those are the devils of the details that are both of the speakers mentioned. I think you all need to pay a lot of attention to, and will be a lot of the sticking points of how you move forward.
Tellers, followed by Adam Robin at Aqua.
Good morning, State Water Board Chair and members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you today. Before I start, I do feel that I need to respond to Steve's comments. Is that possible before my time starts?
Sure, if you don't take 2 sets of 5 minutes.
No, no. My name is Josie Tellers. I'm wastewater division water quality supervisor for City of Davis. I am a member of CWEA and a member of the State Advisory Committee, a stakeholder advisory committee to the process, as well as former LTAC members. I would like to respond to the 3 points that Tony started, Steve responded to. Just for clarification in regards with the communication, for the record, the ERP draft report were out for public comments October 1st. I have, and thank you for Steve, have the privilege to receive the report on September 30th. However, since I represent CWEA as their representative, I have an obligation to let my state, CWEA State Laboratory Committee, to be involved in the process, as well as having our executive board director, as well as CWEA president to sign the letter. So it's also a process on our end to produce a letter, and there's a deadline for us to submit it before the 3rd ERP session, which was on October 14th. So there's basically 2 weeks, and we need to give a week to our president to sign it, have our members to review it and get their input. So as you see, there's only really a very short time frame for us to respond. Furthermore, the final ERP report came out October 22nd. That was just, 2 weeks ago, perhaps, or not even. Ms. Janine Townsend, actually, at first I didn't know that there's also a public comment forum today. I had a CWA Redwood Empire Committee on October 28, and part of my presentation to update them with the great job that ELAP is doing with the changes and the forthcoming procedures that are happening ahead of us, one of our members asked, is there can we still send a comment for today's presentation? I didn't know that answer. I came back to my office at 4:30 and immediately called Ms. Janine Townsend and asked her specifically if all the comments that the stakeholders have submitted to the ERP will the state board members have access to that or will be on record for today? I was told that it's not. That unless we submit it in writing or we come here in person, you will not hear our comments. And that's why at that night I composed a letter to all our members and basically encouraged them to submit the comment letter due the following day on 12 noon. So that's the reality of what's happening as far as stakeholder participation. My representation in the CITA Stake Advisory Committee is actually one of the better ones because I have a group of people I can go back and report to. Some of the members in our Stake Advisory Committee, they don't have the forum to do that. So basically that's where we are at.
I think what's most useful is for us to get what the issues are that you want us to be aware of. We're not adopting a report, we're taking it in, we've asked for action back. So giving us a flavor of what you want us to be thinking about is what we need to hear.
Well, I actually originally here today to, again, because of that deadline, the CWEA letter that was submitted to the ERP on October 8th was not part of the record because by the time I got a response from our president to go ahead and forward the letter to you, it's already past the 12 noon deadline.
So you're recommending we go in and look at it?
Yes, basically. And as far as, again, on the second point that Steve had pointed out about the stakeholder process with the ERP process, we were charged with reviewing an 8-charge question. And then we had a March in-person meeting. The agenda was really already made before the Stakeholder Advisory Committee see it and have it done or reviewed. Then there's a June webinar that had occurred. Come August, we were asked by our SAC chair who is can best represent the perspective of the small laboratory communities and the large laboratories. And then not until August 2015 webinar session that it became apparent that we're going to go to the TNI road, outside of the 8-charge question, really. And then...
Can I make a suggestion just because time?
Yes.
There are a lot of people waiting too.
Yes.
What would be most useful for us, I'm not unmindful of how you feel about the issues, but they could have done a report without talking to anybody. So I think what's most useful is to tell us, what are you worried about?
Okay.
And what are small labs worried about? Well, we should have in mind.
The small laboratory, first of all, it's not about small laboratories versus large. We are all in this together. I have a small laboratory and have to comply with my NPDES permit. I cannot do all the tests. I have to subcontract the large laboratory. So we're partners in this together. And, so sorry.
So then you're gone.
So, okay. I have a prepared speech. I recite this last night because I'm too nervous. Essentially, in regards with the ERP report, I would like to go back to the subject at hand. And I'm just going to summarize what we support from that report and what we have big concerns about.
Okay.
And as well as recognizing, with the leadership of Chief Christine Sotelo, the performance of ELAP has improved quite a bit. Karen Larson and Cindy Forbes and the ELAP staff, thank you for their dedication and support. We also appreciate Steve's significant contribution and Lara Phelps' contribution for the entire process, and of course your support. Okay, getting to the point, Again, I'm speaking on behalf of CWA organization today. Our letter basically support ELAP to adopt management standards similar to ISO 17011. We also support the use of third-party audit assessors, TNI and ELAP accreditation body. We support ELAP's recognizing that. However, we do recommend that ELAP provide managerial oversight to third-party accreditors or TNI and ELAP. We have to be accredited, or we have to be, there has to be a control by one body, either in-state or out-of-state. The state has to have control over that, and ELAP is the best organization to provide that control. We also are very concerned with the timeline that's put forward in the report under table 4.2 of the report. We believe that the timeline is very ambitious. And therefore, and also the need for the regulatory updates is a must. And I really do appreciate your recognition that we have to address that, and that requires time. We also support the revision of fee structures so that it's fair for everybody. We are hoping that the forthcoming fee increase of about 57% coming to us will help ELAP to be whole. But moving forward, the stakeholders, statewide laboratory community need to be included in that process. And that's, I think that's pretty much it. We want to be involved in the decision process.
Thanks. I
Thank
think
you.
that's what Board Member Diadamo's question was about in terms of the fees and the process. Thank you. Adam, did you change your last name to make it easier for me? I mean, what's the deal?
I
I don't
actually
mean to
made
be personal about it, but I was like, well, wait a minute.
I actually made it more complicated, but for purposes of this forum, I'll just keep it to Robin. My name is Adam Volukevich Robin. I'm going by Adam Robin. It's all that fit on the little line you gave me. So
Well, thank you.
yeah,
It's
not a
easier
problem.
because I always get so nervous that I'm going to say it wrong. And you're followed
too.
by Dan Jackson from Benicia.
Great. Well,
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Madam Chair, board members, my name is Adam Volukevich Robin. I'm with the Association of California Water Agencies, and we do appreciate this opportunity to provide comment on the ELAP Expert Review Panel recommendations. Many of ACWA's public agency members are responsible for providing their customers with safe and reliable drinking water. Ensuring that their drinking water meets all applicable state and federal standards is their highest priority, and high-quality drinking water lab results are a vital part of ensuring that they can do that. ACWA believes that it's essential that ELAP be able to ensure that labs are providing public health officials and other data users with high-quality results to enable informed decision-making. A number of ACWA member agencies have been engaged in reviewing the program through the LTAC and other forms for years. And as we heard today, there have been problems that have been known and identified for years. So we really appreciate and commend the board staff, and the ERP for the effort and energy that they've invested into this comprehensive review of the program, because it's needed, and we think there's a lot of value in what you heard today. Moving forward, we'd really encourage a continued focus on increasing the program's core regulatory effectiveness. We think that a lot of the reports, the recommendations speak to exactly that. But as you've heard today, there are areas of concern for laboratories around the state, specifically on the issues of the accreditation standards that might be adopted by the program. As we said earlier today, this probably isn't the time to get into the weeds, but safe to say, I think the lab community would welcome an opportunity to get into the weeds and really fully flesh out the implications in terms of cost, complexity, especially for smaller labs, of adopting some of these standards. Third-party accreditation is another area where a lot of laboratories have concerns and questions. And we think that the process moving forward, it's our understanding, will allow for a full discussion of exactly what the implications of these potential changes are for labs. I'd really like to thank Christine Sotelo in particular. She took the opportunity to meet with a group of our agencies, and I know that the program is open to meeting with interested parties from around the state as we continue to sort through this important issue. So with that, I'd really just like to, again, thank you for your attention to this important issue. Thank the program and the ERP for their work here. There's a need for continued discussion and understanding on both sides. So, labs have a chance to express their concerns, and we have a chance to understand what the program needs as well. So we welcome that opportunity moving forward, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Jackson from Benicia, followed by Kim Spear from the City of Roseville.
I want to thank the board chair and board members for the opportunity to address these important issues. I also want to talk about small laboratories. I want to not just because it represents, I think the figure about half of the accredited labs out there, but pointing out that the drinking water program and MPDS compliance programs are fundamentally based on the concept of self-monitoring. And so for an agency, and these, to operate a small laboratory for a small agency is an expensive proposition. And the reason why agencies take on that burden and add to their budgets is because it's very important to have that kind of direct involvement in compliance testing and its link with process control testing to really ensure compliance. If you're sending off your bacteriological sample for drinking water to a large contract lab, there's always a fear that you're going to get lost in the shuffle, and if you get a result that needs further investigation, it can be very difficult to do that if you haven't directly been involved in from sample collection to analysis. So these are very important issues to the small labs, and I think to the fundamental regulatory program and the concept of self-monitoring. So I want to talk about a couple of the concerns for those labs. And I want to take a second just to describe our agency's laboratory, just so you get a sense of the flavor of it. So the City of Benicia operates a drinking water system with about 10,000 connections and a wastewater treatment plant that discharges about 2 million gallons a day. So it's not, those are not classified as small systems. We have a laboratory with 4 full-time analysts and then myself as a supervisor. And so we handle both the drinking water and wastewater analyses. We do the low-tech, high-stakes kinds of testings like microbiology and many of the MPDS parameters. But the tests that require larger capital investment instruments like organics testing and so on, those are sent out to contract labs. So there's a close relationship there. I think that the data that our laboratory produces is high quality, and I don't think that sort of a 2-tier set of standards is appropriate. I think we're as good as anybody for the tests that we perform. But we are concerned about what some of the maybe unintended consequences would be of implementing some of the recommendations of the panel. In particular, the national standards, all the various standards that the expert panel pointed to, all involve a quality management system. And I think during some of the back and forth discussion at some of the expert panel review meetings, there was a pretty emphatic opinion by the panelists that type of system is really necessary if you're going to have a robust data quality system in a laboratory, and that accreditation should involve fundamentally assessing whether that quality management system is operating properly or not. And I think that's probably where we're going to end up, but I do want the board in going forward along that path. And I was struck by Dr. Phelps' description in Florida about when something like this was implemented, how the small labs really had to struggle to kind of get there. But once it was implemented and you had that kind of a quality management system, which is very documentation and paperwork intensive, once you have it going, it may not be so onerous, but to get from A to B can really be difficult. And I think in moving forward along that path, the state board could pay attention to providing the resources and support for smaller organizations to make that kind of step, templates, training, those sorts of things that would help get from where we are now to where we need to be. That would, I think, avoid putting smaller labs out of business. The third point I want to make is that fundamentally the biggest problem is that the ELAP management system is broken and isn't working. I really want to compliment Christine. We can feel a fresh wind blowing out of Sacramento from where we are in terms of ELAP, and a lot of progress, particularly in communication, has been made. But it's a mess, and it needs to be cleaned up, and it's going to take some time. And that's foundational, because you can't take a national standard and implement it with the current systems that exist inside ELAP. So sequentially, that's got to get addressed first. And I think, you could lay out a course and say over the next X period, 3 years, whatever, we're gonna move from here to there. The first step has to be to continue the work that's already been started in terms of the ELAP's management system. Then if I could ask 30 seconds about the fee structure. The current fee structure, just so you can understand what our concern is, it's kind of like a fixed charge plus a volumetric charge in a certain sense, in that there's a fixed charge per facility and then a per field of testing charge. So for a lab like ours, where we have deemed 2 facilities, so we pay 2 facility charges and 6 fields of testing, we would be impacted differently if most of the fee increase was in the facility charge, as opposed to a larger lab that may have 1 facility charge and a dozen fields of testing. So that could be quite, just in going forward then, fairness to me would represent assigning the fees in some way related to the amount of effort it takes by ELAP to administer the program for that laboratory. And I suspect that's more putting it into the number of analyses, number of fields of testing that a laboratory does is probably going to turn out to be more fair. But that should be the philosophy of assessing it. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Very helpful. Appreciate it. You definitely illuminated it in a helpful way. Appreciate that. Ms. Spear, followed by Mindy Bell. I'm not sure how to pronounce that from Vacaville.
Holy.
Never know when you're supposed to
I have an
pronounce
easy
the
one,
letters
thank
that are on the
goodness.
page, Okay.
Good morning, Chairman and board members. Thank you very much for letting me comment this morning. Kim Spear from the City of Roseville. I'm the Environmental Utilities Compliance Administrator. I've been with the city and in the laboratory for 25 years. First off, I want to commend these ladies right here for all their hard work. Karen and Christine have done a yeoman's job, and Laura and her group, and you also, Doctor, have done a fabulous job, and they've made some great recommendations. And it's nice to see ELAP moving forward, being involved with it for 25 years. I've seen it go the full gamut. And just wanted to give you a perspective of what has worked with ELAP. For 25 years, it's been every 2 years we've been inspected. They've helped City of Roseville to create a program, a quality control program and defensible data that we have had to defend in front of in court. Our program, as a result of ELAP, is a better program. There have been inconsistencies. There have been problems with the management. But overall, we have a very good program, and I think a lot of that is due to ELAP. It's worked well for 20 plus years. Last few years, it's sort of gone off the rails. Thank goodness it's now at the state board. And these ladies, I think, are going to create a great program that we can all, again, take pride in and lead the nation. And California's always led the nation in environmental programs. ELAP will be no difference. I do have some concerns, and as you've heard voiced here, it's the one-size-fits-all program. We are 2 very small laboratories, water quality laboratories. 2 analysts in each lab, 2 technicians in each lab, 1 analyst overseeing it. I think adopting one standard is probably inappropriate. However, there are parts that we can glean from, maybe the ISO 17025 standards, and create a program that would be suitable for both the large labs and the small labs. Going to the ISO 17025 will be expensive, and it will hit us small labs by quite a bit. We'd have to hire a consultant to tell us what to do. We may or may not have to hire a QAC person. Since we aren't a for-profit laboratory, I have to go to the ratepayers to raise money, to increase their rates, to cover lab personnel. So maybe in going forward, once the management structure gets in place, we can look at involved stakeholders, small laboratories as well as big laboratories, to build on a program that will suit all of us. I agree with the ERP. Improved management structure is probably the key thing. That's what's been lost. And these ladies are the ones to do it. Inspector training, consistency between the inspectors. Over the years, it was always inconsistent. 1 year, they'd come in and nail us for something. 2 years later, it'd be something completely new. Well, why didn't you catch that 2 years before? Because we want to build a program we're proud of and we can defend in a court of law. Updated methods, you've heard that it's needed badly, and that's going to take help from you all to do. But overall, I just wanted to say there have been standards in place, and we have been complying with it. And we in Roseville, in 25 years, have had to defend them in a court of law, and it's been there. And I just wanted to say thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and thank you for doing a great job. Thank you.
You'll say it, and then I'll get it right. And then followed by Allison McKenzie of Babcock Labs.
Sorry. Thank you. My name is Mindy Bowley. Sorry, I married it. It used to be May. It was very easy.
It's fine. I just wasn't sure how to say it.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I just have a couple of very quick comments. I want to thank ELAB and the ERP for what they've done, the work that they put into it. I've been in environmental lab testing for almost 20 years now. And again, it's like Kim said from Roseville, ELAB has helped us tremendously, where my former position at UC Davis, which was a small, for a while I was a one-person lab, and having ELAB have standards, and they really did show us and help us produce quality work for me to know what I needed to be doing. Now I'm in a large lab. I have a staff of 8, so I'm not in that 80% of what we have, but we also still feel very small compared to a lot of the large commercial labs. And so I don't think that anybody here wants us to have different standards as to what quality of work we're producing. We all take pride in what we do, whether we're a small lab or a large lab. We want our numbers to mean something and to be valuable. But in the same sense, a one-size-fits-all doesn't really apply to everybody. There are differences, so it just needs to be adaptable in that sense, and I think that's something that everybody has agreed on. But the one thing with the recommendation, my biggest concern is the recommendation to say that we want to take the international standard or the federal standard and apply that right away and then make changes as we go. The program's slowly gone to where it is, to what it was, to what we're now starting to go back up. But it takes time. I don't think we want to enact something right away, and then have to fix it later. Let's get it right the first time. Let's take the time to make the changes and not just say, we're going to do this, and then come back a couple years later and say, well, that's not really working, so let's take the time to make it work as we go along. The fee structure, again, you've heard about it. We want it to be equitable. We're all on board to help work with ELAP, with the fee department, finance department, and give input and be able to make that work. And then the only other concern I had about third-party auditors is that I do believe that if we're going to use third-party auditors to help ELAP, that they need to be contracted by ELAP. The main ERP report was to allow labs to contract their own auditors. And I think you just have too much room for error with conflict of interest when somebody is hiring somebody else to certify them. And I know that most of the auditing companies, and Laura, as I brought that up before, they hold themselves to high esteem. They have their standards. They're not going to be corrupt. But I just don't know that everybody out there works on that. So I do believe that third-party auditors, if they're going to be used, should be hired by ELAB and not by the labs themselves. So,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kenzie.
Good morning. My name is Allison McKenzie, and I'm with Babcock Laboratories from Riverside, California, and I've been in the laboratory business since 1978. I age well. I like to think I do anyway. Better living through chemistry.
Now you're dating yourself. I love that ride.
So I want to, first of all, thank the board and thank especially your staff for inviting and allowing the participation, and especially the expert review panel for providing us with their report. And it is a very frank and open, no holds barred report. And we appreciate this whole process and being included in it. I hadn't planned to speak this morning, but since I am the only commercial laboratory here, I feel that you needed to hear some perspective also from the commercial sector. We are the minority, but part of the reason that we are now faced with this huge gap in the ability to pay is that probably a handful of laboratories, 12 to 15 laboratories, have been paying for the laboratory accreditation program through their national environmental laboratory accreditation program accreditation for the past 15 years. This enabled the small laboratories to not be subjected to increases that they should have seen on a regular basis but did not. Our laboratory was founded in 1906, so we've been in the lab business for a very long time, and our accreditation dates back into the 30s. It was a completely different situation at that time. But in other words, the microbiologist was accredited by DHS rather than the entire laboratory. But nonetheless, I think that I speak from a position of knowledge, and with all due respect to my colleagues, you know, I've been doing this a long time too. I want to let the board know that I myself, representing Babcock Laboratories, and the commercial laboratories that I am in correspondence with, very strongly support the opinions and recommendations of the expert review panel. Specifically, I'd like to mention that the lack of a standard in California is one of the biggest problems that we have to address and overcome. We analyze samples not just for drinking water clients, wastewater clients, hazardous materials. We analyze samples for pathogens for food also. And what I do want to say is third-party accreditation is very, very well established on the FDA side of this process as opposed to the EPA side. So third-party accreditation is not new and it's not scary, and third-party accreditors have to be held to a standard. The one that Christine has mentioned to you, the ISO 17011 standards, those are the standards that an accrediting body must stand to, whether they're public or privately operated, in order to themselves be accredited as an AB. So just because somebody's in private industry does not mean that they're any less reliable. They actually are more. Our laboratory gets accreditations from the EPA, from, well, they don't call it an accreditation for UCMR, but we are accredited by the EPA, by ELAP, and by A2LA as a third-party accreditor. So we've been inspected and adhere to laboratory accreditation for a variety of systems, or a variety of programs, and it's quite entertaining and it's quite a process. I just wanted to mention that at this time, commercial laboratories must go outside of California to get national laboratory accreditation. And I'd like you to keep that in mind when we move forward with discussions of the fees, because the fees we now see are in essence doubled. And unless and until California can again become a TNI accrediting body, we will be paying California fees and Oregon or Utah fees in order to meet all of our clients' requirements. So when we talk about equity, please keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. That was all helpful from everyone to illuminate what the issues are as we move forward in dealing with what is obviously a very important effort. Are there further questions from the board members? This was very illuminating and helpful.
Yeah, well, just on that topic, because you've laid out options, and there's the option of doing the national standard, could be done in theory quicker, but we've heard today that there's a California story, and actually I've been part of that. Just for the audience, I've as a sanitary engineer, I've worked in those labs with your colleagues side by side, and I know they do great work at the small lab level, and it's possible to accomplish. So I've been there. So with that, we'll move forward, and clearly there's interest, and we'll want some feedback in how we might modify it. But is this make option 2, for instance, something, the idea of taking the standard but modifying it with some input from the stakeholders? Does that seem like a viable way to go going forward?
I'm going to let Laura talk about, we had a webinar back in June, with some small labs who'd implemented the TNI standards, and I'll let you get into the detail, but it is customizable and can be used by a wide range of sizes of labs, and is used by a wide range of labs.
And it was the one parting comment that I was actually going to ask you guys if I could make before you wrapped up today, is that I don't want you to have a perception that a national standard is one size fits all, because it's not. We did hold a webinar to get to that very clear point in June to both define and understand what a quality system meant. And we had presentations by 2 very small laboratories that went through that process to get to where they are today, one of which only exists today after the downturn in the economy because they had done that. They would have lost their whole business. The other presentation that I wanted to make you aware of, because I know that you haven't necessarily seen our website, so maybe there's some tools there that can help answer some questions and follow up, is that there was a presentation that we specifically had made in August at our face-to-face meeting that we actually held here in Sacramento. And it was by someone who helps both do assessments for national standards to multiple national standards, not just one, in addition to being a trainer and an assessor, a consultant even, if you will. And the one point that he made in his presentation that's on our website and everything is that national standards are tailored to the lab. And so they aren't this grandiose thing that only fits 500 people. It's something that can fit 2 people as well.
That was going to be my question.
It's a matter of education, and it's a matter of going back to an earlier comment that I made, is change is hard and it's scary sometimes when you don't know the details. And there's some tremendous resources that are out there that are available to help people go through that process, and not all of them cost money. I mean, that was the other part that I wanted you to be aware of. I mean, there are free resources and templates that are also available to help the smaller community, recognizing that they can't pay for everything. There's also support groups that are out there that help network with people who have those concerns as well. That don't cost money. It's just a matter of becoming a part of them. And to the extent that any of us on the expert panel can help point you to any of those resources or answer any questions that you have that are raised in this process. We're more than happy to do so at any point in time. And we're not abandoning ship for an entire year. We've asked to interact to see how progress is going bi-monthly for the next year. And if there is a point in time that you feel like we need to come back and talk sooner, we're happy to do so.
That's great, and just in my reading of the report, the standards issue did kind of come out to me as something important. That was echoed by the representative from the commercial labs, but I also want to recognize, yeah, we won't, move too fast to make sure folks understand what the implications are, as you pointed out, and that was a great answer to my question. Thank you.
And I just want to add from the program perspective that Karen and I have specifically talked about any option that, is something that we go with or a standard, that it would be hand in hand with outreach and education. It wouldn't be something that we'd flip the switch and say, tomorrow you're going to do this quality system. And I know that the board is very big at outreach and education and ensuring everyone understands compliance assistance. So we're committed to doing that.
That'll be part of what Tam asked for in terms of what's the strategy and overview of how we're going to get from here to where you want to go. And presumably, I mean, this information item was incredibly important for us as to punctuate a moment in time along a continuum, but it's not the only conversation we'll be having and not the only forum. So I suspect that my colleagues are going to want follow-up meetings and looking at your strategy and be able to give you input into it, and that you'll continue to be meeting with various stakeholders, especially the small labs. I mean, having had a big lab myself, so it's easy to say, I get wanting to have your in-house lab, because you're not only monitoring so you can file compliance reports with other government entities, you're monitoring because you want to do the best job you can. I get the desire to have that real-time data so you can manage your systems in real time. Totally get that. So we'll figure out how to navigate this thicket and move forward. Any other? Hey, thank you all. I mean, I know that took a long time, but that was very important, and I know it was just a fraction of the hard work that everybody's put in, but very illuminating comments, and appreciate them a lot. Thank you for all the hard work. Yeah, great report. We have another item to move to. We have a number of items, and I'm trying to figure out whether you guys want to take a quick bio break. I know there's a lunchtime event that at least Board Member Diadamo needs to get to. So the question is whether, how do you all want to proceed? Okay, bio break. I know some people are probably eager to go, but let's do a 10-minute bio Advil caffeine break, speaking for myself.
Help you more directly than I could.
No one asked questions.
Our next, we're back. It is 11:45, and the next item is item number 5. Who's,
All right.
Are any of you introducing it before they just take it away? All of these nice people who've come to talk to us?
Morning, I'm Pat Leary. I'm the program manager for the Clean Beaches Initiative grant program. The program has been in existence for many, many years. We've spent a lot of money, over $100 million on projects to implement improvements to protect beach water quality. We funded a lot of scientific research that's been phenomenal at improving our understanding of beach water quality issues. This is an example of a grant project that we've been very pleased with to do beach forecast, or what we're calling Nowcast, predictive modeling of the water quality at beaches as a means to improve public health protection. So we have with us today Mark Gold from UCLA, Dr. Beam from Stanford University, Anthony Toe, their postdoctorate researcher who's been in charge of this, and Leslie Griffin from Heal the Bay. So I'll let them do the presentation for you. Thank you.
Great. All right. Well, I'll start.
And you are, just for our listening audience.
I am Mark Gold. I'm Associate Vice Chancellor, Environment and Sustainability at UCLA. And also, like Allie, one of the original members of the Clean Beach Initiative Technical Advisory Committee. So we've been following the CBI from the very, very beginning, and it really has been an incredibly successful effort. If you look at beach water quality at some of our most polluted beaches during the summer months today versus when the CBI first started, those investments have really paid off. A lot of beaches had very, very poor water quality. There's been dry weather runoff diversions and a wide variety of other different projects. But also the CBI, as you know, invested in a lot of research and new technology as well. And so there's been a lot of source tracking effort. I know Allie's been part of a very large team with Steve Weisberg and others that have been doing work on source tracking that's been very successful to find out what are the sources of human sewage at some of these beaches and high fecal bacteria counts. But one of the things that we want to talk to you about today is something we've been working on together as a team for the last few years, which is how do you build a better system to inform the public, the 100 million plus people who visit California beaches every year about beach water quality at the beach. We want to make sure that we're protecting public health in the best way possible. And that's something that's been a big concern to all of us. The system is, as you know, right now, the vast majority of beaches are monitored on about a once-a-week basis. So of the 500 plus beaches that are monitored in California, over 400 plus are once a week. And there's only a handful, 20, 30 or so that are monitored 5 times a week, and then another 20 or 30 that are monitored 2 times a week. So that's something that obviously we'd like to address here as well. And the other problem with the existing system, so this stemmed from Assembly Bill 411, the Howard Wayne bill from the 1990s that created the whole framework for beach water quality monitoring as well as beach closures. Believe it or not, prior to that bill, you wouldn't even close a beach when there was a sewage spill. So things have changed a lot during that time. And so the other thing is with the system that we have is it's based on yesterday's news. So it's not only you're monitoring for beach water quality and you grab a sample, but you're basically getting the answer of what the water quality is 24 to 48 hours later. And a lot of research has been done by people like Allie, by Steve Weisberg and SWRCB, et cetera, that have shown that lag period is an issue. So the two things we're really trying to deal with on putting together this predictive model is to try to create a more accurate system using the best available information out there to give people information each and every day. So the same way you look at something like a weather report or a smog report, and you get predictions on what the weather is going to be and the air quality is going to be in a given day. So the first phase 1, was proof of concept on the use of these predictive models at 25 different beaches. You'll see them in a sec. And then the second phase was to actually try it out, see how well these predictive models are working in the real world. And so we had 3 partner beaches that we worked with in that regard. So this is what we're really trying to figure out, is the decisions that are being made by our public health professionals are, do you post or do you not post? This isn't about determination of impairment in 303D listing. And so I think that's important for everyone to know, that this is not what the purpose of the predictive model is. It's to protect public health. And that's really what the whole thing's about. And so so you see before you, obviously, the California state system that we have today. And this is not something that's been done within California or really at any ocean beach in the United States, but it has been done in other parts of the world. So it's been done on the Great Lakes quite extensively. And then we're very, very happy that one of our postdocs, the postdoc has really done the vast majority of the work on this project, Anthony, is the one who really got it going in Hong Kong. And so he brought that expertise to Allie's lab at Stanford and really leading the way on this project and doing extraordinary work there. And with that, I'll pass it over to Allie.
Hi, I'm Allie Bain, a professor at Stanford in Civil and Environmental Engineering, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the Phase 1 and Phase 2 projects. So as Mark mentioned, predictive models have been used extensively in the Great Lakes, but to manage beaches and do public notification, but they haven't been used in California. So for Phase 1, we wanted to see, can we create predictive models that can actually work at California beaches, or is it something that is just a non-starter? So what we did is we chose 25 beaches in California of all different kinds, storm drain beaches that had storm drains, beaches with piers, open ocean and enclosed beaches, and you can see them on the map. Most of them were in SoCal, a few were in NorCal. And we used data from 2012 to 2014, and we collected a lot of environmental data and FIB data to create models. And we looked at 5 different types of models listed there: multiple linear regression, binary logistic regression with threshold tuning, partial least squares, artificial neural networks, and classification trees. So we wanted to just include lots of different kinds of models to see if one sort of model worked best.
Do you really want to know?
The artificial neural network assumes a nonlinear relationship between the bacterial concentration and environmental variables, and we can talk to you more about it, but it's not the model that we ended up choosing for the study.
It includes a cyborg, just so you know.
A cyborg? Is that
You have to know who you're talking to.
That was a joke.
Okay, so for model development, we modeled concentrations of enterococci, fecal coliform, and total coliform. We did models for 2 different seasons, summer and winter. We used 6 years of historical data to create the models. And we used input factors such as rain, tide, wind, lots of different oceanographic and meteorologic variables. In all, we looked at 700 different models and tested them. And for the modeling, we had a calibration period and then a validation period where we tested whether the models were working with data upon which they were not created, which is required for this type of work. So in order to evaluate whether the models performed well or not, we looked at their sensitivity and their specificity. So the sensitivity is the percent of the actual observed beach postings that were predicted by the model. So this is a measure of public health protection. So what percent of the beach postings are captured by this model? And the specificity is the number of observed beach no postings that are captured by the model. So for each of the models, we determined what the sensitivity and specificity were, and then compared that to the current method, which uses yesterday's measurement, okay? Because currently we're sort of already using a model, which is not the measurement today, it's the measurement yesterday or the measurement the day before. So that's our benchmark.
Or a week ago even.
Or a week ago for most beaches. Okay, so I want to explain this graphic here, and there's a lot on here, but let's focus on the sensitivity. box plot. So on the y-axis is the percent sensitivity, and the first box is the current method. And so at all of the 25 beaches for all the different models for winter, summer, and the different FIB, on average right now, the model we're using is about 25% sensitive, meaning that we are capturing on average about 1/4 of the posting events with the current way that we're posting beaches. The rest, people are exposed when we would like to have a posting.
Guessing about posting the beaches, which is the way it's done now, unless you know there's a sewage spill, for example, is only hitting 25% of the time there's a problem when you look at it in a
So
day.
it's not guessing
Yeah,
because
we
it's
call
using a
that.
measurement from yesterday. But water quality,
Sometimes you post because you know a thing's going to happen. It depends on the beach.
Yeah, but I mean, typically, if you look at 95% plus of the postings, it's based on, yesterday's sample and what's the fecal bacteria density that we're finding here in the morning. And then they send that to the health department, and then the health department determines, do we post or not post? So there are some chronically polluted beaches that they'll just post all the time because they know they have a problem with it that's been going on. But the vast majority of postings are this other way.
okay. So now if you look at those other things on the x-axis, those are shorthand for different model types, and a handful of the model types are worse than the current method as shown here, but there are two that were much better, this BLRT, which is a binary logistic regression model with threshold tuning, and the classification tree. So those models did a lot better than the current method for sensitivity. And if you look at the specificity plot, the first thing to note is that everything's pretty high because most of the time the beach is open. The current method does pretty well at capturing beach open events. And then the models tend to do better, but it's all quite high. It's like not a concerning percentage. We like high numbers here.
And they're high because the vast majority of beaches are clean most of the time.
Yeah, we wouldn't want a beach to be closed most of the time, although there are some like that. Okay, so from our work in phase 2, we concluded like some kinds of models can improve the sensitivity and the ability to accurately predict beach postings over the current method while maintaining an acceptable specificity, meaning the beaches are opened when they should be. And we concluded that it is possible to potentially use predictive models to notify the public about water quality and improve beach management decisions. So with that, we started phase 2, where we said, okay, we're going to actually go out and test this at 3 beaches. So we did phase 2 this past summer, 2015. And the first thing we did is we looked at the models that didn't perform as well during phase 1, which are listed here by acronym, to see if we could get those models to be better by doing some threshold tuning. And the reason we wanted to do that is the multiple linear regression model is a really simple model form. It basically says bacteria concentration equals like 5 times the rainfall plus 6 times the tide. So it's a pretty easy format for people to understand. So we wanted to give it a chance to see if it could perform well. And then after doing that, we were able to choose a model and then actually test how does this work in practice with 3 beach partners. So again, this is the plot you guys probably will have nightmares about tonight, but you can see the sensitivity plot. I just want to focus on that, that we looked at in the previous slide. The current method, again, is showing 25%, but now you can see that for the multiple linear regression, the first box to the right of the current method. Now we're looking at really improved sensitivity after tuning that model. And now we're looking at it having about a 50% sensitivity compared to about 25 for the current method. So we're really pleased about that, and the specificities were all still very good. So this was the optimization portion of phase 2. So with that, we decided to go with the optimized multiple linear regression model for the reason I just explained. It's a pretty easy format and people understand it pretty well and are familiar with it. So using those models, We created models for our 3 beaches, which I'll mention in a little bit, and we provided prediction of beach water quality and the associated beach management decision of post or no post by 10 a.m. every day at the 3 beaches over the summer, so 106 days during the summer. And the study period for the pilot went from Memorial Day to Labor Day. So here are the beaches that we worked with: Arroyo Burro in Santa Barbara, Doheny State Beach in Orange County, and Santa Monica Pier Beach in Los Angeles. And you can see here the monitoring agency, the agency that's responsible for public notification, which in some cases differs from the monitoring agency, and then how many times those beaches are in practice monitored. So Arroyo Burro is only monitored once per week. Doheny 2 days per week, and Santa Monica 5 days per week. There's some information about how the agencies choose to post the beach, and then there's the actual lag time. So in our phase 1, we were assuming the lag time was 1 day. In reality, it's actually more like 2 days. So that's even worse than what we thought it was. So it takes 2 days for them to make a posting decision based on sampling. And so these agencies partnered with us. They volunteered their time and worked closely with us, and you'll hear more about that in a little bit. So here are the daily operations of how this predictive modeling went. So Anthony, who is responsible for the success of this project almost completely, created this spreadsheet that had the model in it, and he shared it with the monitoring agencies. And every day, this is what happened. First, we had to obtain the FIB data from the most recent sample from the monitoring agency, because that actually goes into the model. Then collect the environmental data that goes into the model. Each model was run. It was run at Stanford and Heal the Bay, and then cross-checked with the health departments that were running the model for their beaches. And then the results were distributed to the team, and then the posting results were given online. Those are some screenshots of some of the spreadsheets that were used. So the nowcast results during phase 2 were disseminated by the Heal the Bay website. You can see a screenshot there showing in the red box how the nowcast result was displayed for different beaches. It was good or not good. And then Orange County, as you can see on the other screenshot, they actually modified their own website and put the nowcast results on their website for the public to view, and they put their own resources into changing their own website and doing this. They're a very enthusiastic partner for this project. I wanted to show you an example of some of the model results from Doheny Beach. So this plot shows enterococcus concentration as the circles and the model results as a line. And I just want to point out that we tuned the model to capture postings, not to actually predict the real concentration. So we didn't emphasize predicting concentrations in our work. We just wanted to make sure we got the postings right. Okay, so what you can see is that the model captured this exceedance event that occurred because of the rain that occurred down in Doheny Beach. That one day, the Doheny Beach, the health department in Orange County, they only collected 34 samples over the summer. We provided 106 predictions. With their sampling, they observed 3 exceedances. The model captured all 3 of them on time at the right time, but the current method only caught 2, so we did better. And then the current method also had 3 false alarms where the beach was posted when it was actually clean, and we only had 1 false alarm with the model. So we thought this was a great success, and there's a similar story at the other 3 beaches. I just didn't want to drag you through a bunch of data sets at this meeting. So I'll go through. Do you want to go through the slide?
No, you can do the outcomes, and
Okay.
I can go next.
So the outcomes from phase 2, as I mentioned, the models were successfully run all 106 consecutive days, including weekends, which is the time when most people go to the beach, actually, and a lot of the agencies don't do sampling, and results were always ready by 10 a.m. The 3 agencies we work with, they voluntarily participated. They donated staff to the pilot 2 of the agencies did extra sampling of FIB, fecal indicator bacteria, and salinity measurements, and 1 agency actually changed their website, as I mentioned. All 3 agencies learned to run the model with very minimal training, and 2 agencies of the 3 actually made public notifications based on the model results. Only 1 agency, though, had the resources to run the model every day with the team. So our conclusion from the phase 2 was really positive. We think that it showed that models really can be successfully integrated into the existing monitoring and public notification programs with very limited changes to the programs, as long as the models are run by a third party mostly.
So what we saw overall was that the predictive models performed a great deal better than the existing system, and that's really what the whole effort has been about for the last couple of years. And being able to get the information up there in a timely manner when, maybe you're not going to get the people at dawn patrol, but you're going to get the people who come during the middle of the day after 10 a.m. Is obviously very positive as well. We also identified a few areas where we can even strengthen the models a little bit more. One of the things that we've seen, and this was actually through another project, is many beaches they don't monitor on a regular basis, even subjectively, whether there's flow going into the beach or not. And so that's something that's really critical that Anthony found out during the model is if we know if there's flow actually going in there, it actually makes a big difference from the standpoint of protection of public health and predictions. And so coming up with a model that's easy to use and flexible and takes into account the best available data, which can improve over time, is obviously a really positive outcome of this effort. And so what we're talking about potentially is a phase 3 and continuing in partnership with the State Water Resources Control Board, which has worked so well on these projects, is to go forward and try to do this as much as possible for the state of California. Now, you wouldn't want to do this for all 500 beaches. That would be crazy. A, couldn't afford it. B, a lot of the beaches, frankly, have excellent water quality, almost 100% of the time. I think last year there was something like 70 beaches that didn't have one exceedance during the summer months out of the 500, and a lot of beaches do very, very well. So you do a predictive model like this, you're really trying to capture the variability when you have a poor water quality day, and really make the decisions there and improve that situation. So that being said, we've had a great deal of discussion about this internally, Stanford, UCLA, Gila Bay, and what really could be feasible within the next 3 years or so. And it could be increasing up to 15 to 20 beaches, working with the beach managers in that area to do that, and putting together something specific on Gila Bay's website, have them be the third-party lead on doing this. Would work, I think, very, very well. The other thing that I think would be exciting is that we would take a look at how well the predictive models work during the winter. There are some surfing beaches in particular that, people, you get a winter swell, people really come out in a big way. And we're not really doing as good a job from the standpoint of protecting public health during the winter months as we do during the summer. So those are the sorts of things that we'd like to do. This is really ambitious. I mean, as you saw before with the amount of effort that went into model development. But the good news is phase 1 and phase 2 have taught us an awful lot on what we need to do to move forward and how to better work with the health agencies, the monitoring agencies, to work better. We know for improvement, for example, we really got to improve our working relationships with the lifeguards, since they're really the voice that everybody listens to on the beach. So it'd be great if they were, ready to talk to beachgoers about today's prediction and those sorts of things. So that's really where we are at this point. So we're excited to keep going. If this is something that the State Water Board is something that they support, because it will much better protect the public health of beachgoers, and provide that information that's so necessary on a daily basis, and keeping people informed. And so I think also because of the daily basis, it'll be much easier, I think, to get that information out to the public. A lot of times you might gather a media outlet might be less inclined to put out beach water quality when it's 2 days old, rather than, oh, this is today's news. You want to be first in getting that out. And so there's an exciting opportunity, I think, there to get the information out to more people more quickly. So obviously there was a huge amount of work that went into this effort. As you see, it's a pretty extensive acknowledgement list, and working with Santa Barbara, Orange County, City of LA County Health. And then Donna Francie has just been absolutely wonderful at USGS in providing us a great deal of guidance on this. And then lastly, I also want to thank, again, the State Water Resources Control Board, because they realized that we could do better as a state of California, and there's a lot at stake in doing that. And so we tried this out, and it's turned out to work really well so far. And we're excited about the possibility of this becoming a permanent program for the state of California that would really set an example for the whole nation from the standpoint of protection of the millions of people who enjoy our beaches each and every year. So any questions you guys may have?
Cost.
The cost for 3 years was about $650.
I don't remember.
I think it was about $650,000 to $700,000. So it was somewhere in that range. So I think routinely to do this over time probably would be around $200,000 to $250,000 a year. But to get this thing going and really start it up, for 3 years, I think it was somewhere in that $650,000 to $700,000 range.
And do you, from your experience with particularly Doheny, the 3 pilots,
yeah,
do you think that there might be a partnership, funding partnership available with beaches?
I'd say in the short term, the likelihood of a funding partnership would be slim and none. I think the good news is that they're willing to work with us and provide their own staff resources and helping and providing the information, and that's their giving at the office, to be quite honest. Because if you've watched the monitoring program over the last decade, they have shrunk dramatically. I mean, right now the state is pretty much paying for most of the beach monitoring in the state of California, and the feds have dropped in and out depending on what year it is and what mood the president's in or whatever. Somehow it's disappeared twice, which I don't quite understand. But so that's what I would say. But one of the things that I think is critical to this is, the State Water Board can't pay for this forever. That's obviously important. But getting this expanded and basically saying, you got to get this self-sufficient within 3 years, and putting the onus on Gila Bay to get that funding source, whether it's from the monitoring agencies or whether it's from other potential sources of funding. I think giving them time to do that while building the program, still working with Stanford and us at UCLA, or at least me anyways, would give them enough time to make it self-sufficient, which is really the goal.
May not know, but you're from my department, my master's degree, civil and environmental.
Was Jim Leckie there when you were?
Yes, absolutely.
He's still around.
Yeah. No, he's a fixture, Professor Jim Leckie. Well, great. I was struck by your analogy to the air quality reports. And now I've come to just rely on those, the spare the air days. I get emails, every day, my personal email. Is this something, now you mentioned, the partnership and the interest level at the county health agency would be the analog to the air districts potentially to get the word out. Is there, beyond just a website, do you have willing partners at the county health level to participate in this real-time communication with their constituents?
Yeah, I mean, those relationships would need to be enhanced, but clearly during the pilot, we saw some variability there where Orange County, frankly, surprised us all how excited they were to share the information with the beachgoers in an aggressive way. But I think there's a tremendous opportunity to take this way beyond websites and county health websites. And I can tell you a long time ago when Heal the Bay's Beach Report Card was first created, they used to have a scroll on the Weather Channel, believe it or not, every single week so that you'd actually see the grades on the Weather Channel. And so I think, the opportunity to partner with local media, whether it's TV or print, or surf sites, pretty much they're giving you the surf reports. I think there's a huge opportunity for sharing that information now that if you're just doing 1 or 2 beaches, it's not that interesting to those guys. But now that it could get up to 15, 20 beaches plus, it would definitely expand the interest dramatically.
And I just want to add to that Surfline has been in contact with us and interested in what we're doing. And they're like a big surf forecast company. And then Anthony in Hong Kong actually developed an app for an iPhone and they use that in Hong Kong. So.
Right.
No, signing up for texts and emails and all of that.
Right. So
it wouldn't be that hard.
Heal the Bay has done that on the beach report card for 10 years, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you could get a daily beach update fairly easily.
That's right, because there's quantitative measurements, with the tides and the wave height and everything, and then just the water quality part would just go dovetail right with it.
Wait, one more thing that maybe we didn't emphasize enough, that your comment, Steve, made me realize this, is we really realized through this whole effort, every beach is different. And so that's something that I think is really important to note, is that the conditions at each beach really matter. And so generalization saying, well, if it's okay at this beach, we know it's going to be okay at this one 100 miles away, you can't really do that. The other thing is, and this is something that people don't often take into consideration with these models, is that you have to tune them, right? So you're using, last year's data, and, as every year goes on, you want to tune these over time to make sure that they're the most accurate as possible. So this is not a static situation. You're really using the most current information possible to make sure that the model is as accurate as possible. So I just want to emphasize that.
Not working.
God, your chair, geez.
I just can't do it. You do as I say is the thing on this one. How many Hong Kong, I used to live there. That's like a zillion beaches. So can you just tell us a little bit about the origin of the program, how many, who runs it, all of that? That's kind of cool.
Actually, Hong Kong has 44 beaches that is monitored by the Environmental Protection Department. And in our program in predicting the beach water quality, we actually covered 16 beaches every day in predicting the daily beach water quality at 16 beaches. And we disseminated the prediction results through the web pages and also the mobile apps since, I think, 2011. And then it was actually a research project where I took my PhD, which is the University of Hong Kong. And then we cooperated with the Environmental Protection Department in Hong Kong to do this prediction. And actually, we still consider this as some kind of pilot study. So everything is done by the university. And like the prediction is still monitored by me, even if I'm already here. And yeah, so the labor is actually not really that much if the system is really well maintained and is running smoothly after we set up a system of similar kind.
One other question. With the prediction that there will be some kind of El Nino event in 2016, will this be an opportunity to look at your predictive models and to see how robust they are in these extraordinary times?
Well, yeah, but Anthony's leaving. No.
What?
The potential's there. One of the things, if you don't know the existing law, it basically says post a beach during the day of rain plus 72 hours after rain. So the good news is we're pretty protective as a state and have been for almost 20 years in that regard. The question is, if we have a heavy El Nino year, like predicted, is that sometimes that could be 5 days, that could be a week, or longer, depending on the type of beach. And so this is something that I think over time that the models can make a big difference on. And so we're excited about doing, the winter model component of this as well. But that might be a year or two out, right?
And there's also and we sort of anticipate that next summer we'll have worse water quality if we have a wet winter overall. So
Right, 'cause
it's
the
a
drought
great
helped
opportunity
in
to,
that regard.
yeah, to test out the models if we can move to phase 3. But in phase 2, we're actually a bit nervous because of the drought, but we were very pleased with the results.
And also just that you talked about specificity, that is, there may be instances during wet weather where the water quality is actually good. It's not necessarily always bad.
Right, right.
All right.
Well, that's great. I mean, I just want to thank you. I mean, you've spent your whole career on this issue. I started mine on this issue, and I'm actually surprised.
Allie has 2, by the way.
That's right. Well, I'm just surprised after all these years that we're not further along, but I'm delighted that you've done the work that you've done that gives us the opportunity to consider actually being able to protect public health in a more timely and effective way. So thank you for all the time you've put in. And I suppose what are our next steps are to consider grant applications essentially off into the future. Pat, do you want to fill us in on what comes next? This is great. Especially after the downer one we had earlier.
Oh my God, I didn't want to follow that.
In approving our grants and in our establishment of our guidelines for the whole program and bringing a resolution to you and approving the guidelines, we have the ability to add money to grants with our deputy director's approval. We've been reviewing this proposal to do the phase 3 work, and we were delaying making a decision pending receipt of a deliverable that described the optimization of the model that we have just received and presented us here. I think that it has been showing some very favorable results. So it's up to us now to take the next step and finalize our decision, bring it to Darren Polhamus, and then it could be accomplished.
This is the kind of stuff that the public assumes is happening and that we're doing it, and so I'm delighted that we could do more of it. I'll just say that. Pretty darn important, understandable, and what the public really wants. So.
Right. Well, thank you so much.
It's great to see Stanford involved in this real-time feedback loop to the public, too. Always put in a good
You notice
plug.
as a Cal grad, I've been silent.
Oh, my God.
Stanford and UCLA.
Oh, yes,
right?
but Stanford
Hey, and
catching
North
up to
and
UCLA.
South.
And HKU, where I went. I have HKU in here.
A multi-academic venture.
I lived at Robert Black College. for years.
Thank you. So funny. All right. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That's great. All right. Thanks a lot. All right. Oh, do you want to take a lunch break?
The next item can't.
Oh, it can't? No, we have water conservation regs.
Oh, the conservation.
I mean, I don't know. It's up to you guys. It's really up to you. I'm sure they'd come back at 1. Would you mind coming back at 1? Okay. See you at 1. We'll now take a lunch break till 1.
And just for clarity, I think because we have people coming at 1 o'clock for the drought update, we may reverse the order and hear the drought item. We would recommend to the board that they reverse the order. Hear the drought item at 1 as scheduled, and then pick up with conservation
All right,
after
so this
that.
is the drought item where we do have folks from the fish agencies and the projects. All right, so it may be later than 1, so hopefully you don't have any plans. Great. Thanks. President SWRCB. All right, it is 1:06 on Wednesday, November 4th, and we are taking some items out of order. We're moving to item number 7, California's ongoing drought emergency. Hello. How odd to see you in the hearing room and not on the train. How smart of you to bring him. Good. I wish I brought my wombat today. So sad. Yes, he got given away. It was to Nancy. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm John O'Hagan, Assistant Deputy Director for Water Rights, and I'm going to start the short presentation we have because we have some guest people here from the department and the Bureau to give a presentation as well. My update will be on the curtailment activities or water availability notices. As you know, it rained, and we are in the mode of looking at available supply and demand. We are utilizing the demands that we are getting from 2015 reports from informational orders to adjust our demand, and that has allowed us on October 23rd, we have lifted notices and given people opportunity to divert for post-1914 water rights. I'm sorry, October 27th, not 23rd, for all pre-1914 water right holders in the Sacramento-San Joaquin watershed. So all senior right-of-right holders were authorized again to commence diversions on October 27th. On November 2nd.
Oh, go ahead, keep going.
On November 2nd, we issued another notice to post-1914 water right holders with a priority date of 1926 and earlier, so these are the post-1914 water right holders, in the Sacramento River watershed and Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, that water was available for their diversions. Now that excluded post-1914 water right holders in the San Joaquin watershed upstream of the Delta, so that one did not include them. The post-1914 water right holders upstream of the Delta on the San Joaquin watershed. On that same day, November 2nd, due to the rain precipitation, we temporarily lifted all post-1914 water right holders in the Sacramento, San Joaquin, and the entire Delta watershed. That notice allowed diversions from November 2nd until November 6th. That was in reaction to what we forecast as the flows that would be available for diversions and to authorize storage and capture of flows that we want to authorize. Parties are supposed to keep records of their diversions, and we're monitoring for any complaints of injury to prior rights. Now, Term 91 notice is still in effect. That has not been released, so these notices do not release the parties subject to Term 91 curtailment notices.
Want to explain why for folks who are listening?
Well, Term 91 is an operational condition related to Delta operations, and supplemental project water is still being released by the project as of yesterday. I haven't checked today, and the Delta was in balance, so conditions are still necessary to hold those diversions and continue that notice. Conditions will change as precipitation occurs. Also still in effect are the notices that we issued for the Scott River. As you know, the Scott River is a adjudicated stream, and we issued notices to post-14 water right holders and surplus class water right holders because they are subject to a flow condition at the Fort Jones gauge. Flows there have still not responded to a point where we can authorize lifting the notices. We also have no new transfers or new temporary urgency changes coming in. So, and that's about all I have for my update. Aaron will be giving some updates on others.
Russian River. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, so good afternoon, Erin Ragazzi with the Division of Water Rights. I have updates on the 2 emergency regulations that were adopted and implemented relative to fishery resources protection. So on the mill, deer, and antelope regulation, the Deputy Director recently issued 2 curtailment orders, as we're now in the fall period, to provide flows for Deer Creek and Antelope Creek. The Deer Creek flows were required as of October 23rd at 8 a.m., and the Antelope Creek flows were required as of November 1st. The requirement is for 50 cubic feet per second on Deer Creek and 35 cubic feet per second on Antelope Creek. Mill Creek is also required to have 50 cubic feet per second. However, that is covered under voluntary agreements between those water right holders and CDFW and NIMS. And then moving on to the Russian River Tributaries Emergency Regulation. As you know, there's 2 provisions on that emergency regulation, the Enhanced Water Conservation Measures and the Informational Order. The Enhanced Water Conservation Measures are still required in the upper portions of those 4 watersheds, which are Dutchbill Creek, Green Valley Creek, Mark West Creek, and Mill Creek. So Mill Creek's in both, but Sacramento River versus the Russian River watersheds. So for the Informational Order, as you'll recall, we sent out the informational order to all landowners and water suppliers within those 4 watersheds. That was almost 10,100 letters that were mailed out in August and September. The due dates for all of those have passed. We had about a 50% compliance rate in terms of people submitting the information via the online informational order form. We sent out reminder notices last week on October 28th and October 30th to the 4 watersheds. And folks are required to respond to those reminder notices by November 10th and November 13th, depending upon which watersheds they fall in. So Dutchbill and Green Valley were sent out together on the 28th, and they're required to respond by November 10th. And Mark West Creek and Mill Creek, they were sent out on October 30th, and we're requesting that people respond by November 13th. We have received a huge influx of calls and emails since we sent out those reminder notices. People appear to be taking the threat of administrative civil liability fines very seriously, and so we are getting a huge response, and staff are, I think the word was drowning this morning in calls in terms of helping people make sure that they comply with the informational order. So it is good to see such an uptick in the response rate that we've been getting as a result of those reminder notices. As I mentioned, the next step would be to proceed with ACLs or fines for those that don't respond to those informational orders. The other thing that we've done recently with respect to the Russian River tributaries is that we had on November 2nd, so on Monday, I guess that was Monday, we are Wednesday now. So Monday evening, we had a workshop in Santa Rosa. It was a follow-up to the July meetings that we had. And so we provided an update on the implementation of the regulations, same information I just let you guys know about in terms of the response rate. We also had 4 different charts up in the room, 1 for each watershed, that provided the preliminary information that we've collected so far from that informational order. It is very preliminary at this stage. There was a lot of information submitted, so it's going to take quite a bit of time for us to go through it, but we were able to give some, let people know that the 50% response rate, how it was broken out in terms of the type of water use, where people are getting their water from in those watersheds. So how much was water supplier, how much was groundwater. We had posted all of the groundwater well locations that we had in those watersheds. So even looking at that preliminary information for the information that was submitted, it is very telling to even be able to see how many groundwater wells there are, the density within the 4 watersheds, and how they compare across one another. So it should be very valuable in the long run once we've been able to evaluate it.
And I'm assuming that folks who came were interested in it.
Folks that came were interested in it. It was the folks that attended were the folks that have been engaged throughout the entire process. So we had a good long meeting. We were supposed to have the meeting from 6 to 9. It went the entire time, and some folks stuck around until 10 to talk with us more. So it was a really beneficial meeting. I think folks appreciated that we did actually have the follow-up meeting and that they did get some of that preliminary information. We are having 2 additional meetings in December and January under the California Water Action Plan effort. So it's a related effort, but not just I guess it is drought focused, except the California Water Action Plan isn't immediate drought. It's looking at drought and water reliability over the next 5 years. And so one of the 5 tributaries under the California Water Action Plan is Mark West Creek. And so we're having outreach meetings in December and January relative to water and fish resources. And so we'll have CDFW and NIMS there. We'll have the regional board there. It sounds like Sonoma County Water Agency plans to be there. We're going to invite the RCDs, do one-stop shopping so people can just walk around and talk to different folks about what they're interested in. Also have an opportunity to have information on funding so that people who are interested in pursuing off-stream storage and that type of thing can find out more about that.
Real quick, was the amount of people at the meeting on Monday kind of comparable to some of the meetings we had there before?
So it was not as widely attended. I think that's a very different fold. We did not send out letters to all 10,000 people again this time. We sent it to our email list, which we've been trying to get folks to sign up for since the beginning.
Folks who've elected to want to know more information.
Right, and we have not had a huge response rate in terms of people signing up for our email list. Maybe people will moving forward, but it really was the key players that we've heard from throughout the process that mainly attended the meeting. We also had, so staff has been doing outreach to help folks with the informational order. So in addition to the phone line and the email, we also have been going to the Santa Rosa Regional Board office and doing one-on-one meets with some folks that either don't have computers or aren't comfortable entering the information themselves. And so that evening, 3 people had actually made an appointment to come in at 5 o'clock before those meetings, and we helped them walk them through the informational order form, and then we helped some other folks that came to the meeting do that as well there.
That's great. I mean, one question I think that would be on people's minds, given the recent rains, is what difference have the rains made in the Russian River watershed and those creeks in particular in terms of the connectivity and the, basically fish conditions?
So fish conditions, Corrine Gray with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife provided an update on the fishery resources, similar, some of the information we had at the Voluntary Drought Initiative Flow Enhancement Board update that we had last month. But what we saw was that the conservation measures were beneficial, but not as beneficial as they might have otherwise been. We saw that compliance with the conservation measures wasn't as great as we would have wanted it to be. And so we're still following up on that. We're still working with CDFW wardens and going out and doing inspections to emphasize the importance of the conservation measures. And in terms of the recent rains, 2 things sort of happened. We have the shorter days, we have the cooler temperatures. So creeks, just on with that alone happening, you start to see better fish conditions because folks aren't watering as much, and then there's not as much transpiration that's going on out there. I can't speak specifically to how the recent rainstorm impacted the streams, the one on Monday, but I know that they had hail and rain and all sorts of good things happening. So I'm anticipating that it was very beneficial.
Well, and then I would assume people's question would be, is it enough rain to lift the emergency orders? Wouldn't that be the question that people would be asking?
So what we would be lifting in these watersheds would be the enhanced conservation measures, and at this point in time, we don't feel that in our conversations with CDFW at this point, we're not recommending that they be lifted.
Right, because even if there was benefit, it may not be lasting unless we get more rain over.
Right, and the way the enhanced water
I
conservation...
have to have an answer to that question.
Yeah.
I'm stunned it hasn't rung off the hook on that one.
Well, and the way the enhanced water conservation measures work is they can also be expanded to other parts of the watersheds, and the reason for that is because it's not just a matter of the rearing. So we were very focused on rearing over the summer, but in the fall and through the winter into the spring, we're going to be focused on migration. And so making sure that there's enough water to allow the fish to get out of the system and into the system. And so we do need those flows throughout the entire period of time, and it's not just a matter of that summer rearing period where we were only going after that really minimal amount of water.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm Les Grover, Assistant Deputy Director for Water Rights. And if there are no more questions for Erin and John, I'll get some help up here from the Department of Water Resources and Bureau of Reclamation.
Right. One question for John, though. I'm sorry. You all just stood up. I'm sorry about that. I mean, a question that people also ask each month is about enforcement. You know, inspections, enforcement, all of that. I know there's some enforcement stuff that's now in process, CDOs, et cetera, but can you give us just a quick overview of where enforcement is at the moment at a 64,000 foot level at least?
Yes, inspections are still continuing as we follow up, and then enforcement actions will also be continuing. Other than the ones that have been noticed, there has been other cases that we have issued that people have opportunities for requesting hearing and or resolving the matter. We did have an order. I signed an order on November 3rd that approved a settlement dealing with unauthorized reservoirs that we discovered during inspections, and that settlement included a civil liability penalty reduced because the parties agreed to submit required statements of water diversion and use. They had not diverted water during the summertime during the curtailment period, and the smaller reservoirs are used for stock watering, so we had a expedited payment option, a reduced penalty in lieu of them waiving their rights to hearing and reconsideration of the order that I signed. They are also required to submit a plan on how they're going to operate the reservoir without diverting water until they secure a permit or they can permanently remove the reservoir.
I'd just like to point out that all the enforcement actions are going to be included in the Executive Director's report that'll come out at the next meeting, and they're all available on our website as well.
That's always good to remind people of. In general, if this isn't too general of a question to ask you, because of the kind of level of specificity I get when I'm out there, is in general in all of those inspections you've done, have you done 1,000 or more?
More than 1,000, yes.
Are you basically finding compliance?
We are finding compliance overall, as well as the exercise of claimed other prior rights. So that creates another review of processing. So that's why it takes a lot of time. And we have also issued additional informational orders to secure information about those claimed prior rights. And so that process takes more time than a normal activity if we did find a true unauthorized diversion occurring. So these process, as you know, violations and unauthorized diversions, we can take action for past activities, and we can take actions, which is a CDO, to prevent future unauthorized diversions. So there's two schemes that we need to look at, and when we make recommendations for enforcement.
On the fly right now, but I think it'd be interesting, even as a retrospective before we're all done, just to get a sense of what have you learned through all of the information orders you set out. How much better do we understand the nature of flows, the nature of rights, et cetera? Where are we in the process of really being able to understand what's really out there compared to where we were at the beginning, even of the summer? You know, because it's my sense with all of the extra information that we've been able to ask for, you must have a better picture, although it, you know, as you say, it's going to be complicated because people then have other rights. You got to look at the paperwork and all of that. But with all the information that you've asked folks for, hopefully, while we don't have the whole thing trued up, I'd love to know just how much more we know and how much better do we have a sense of what's out there at this point in time.
Right. It will take some time to review all the information because we have asked for a lot of supporting data. The true value of the informational orders was the fact that we were able to utilize the 2015 monthly data that is coming in and adjust our demand accordingly to make decisions on water availability based on that reduced demand instead of utilizing 2014 data. So
Or even what's face value, which would be much higher.
face value would be a lot more, correct. So we truly wanted to utilize that information because stakeholders had suggested that our demand levels would be too high, and we have during the month seen some demands that might have gone up, but and then overall we've seen a reduction in demands, and I think that is partially due to our field presence also.
I think that's been a real success story. When I share that information with folks, they're impressed. You know, the fact that we made this more of a real-time management. And what that in essence makes available is more water for more diversions statewide because it's more based on real-time information. So I think it was a breakthrough. So thank you for working diligently to use the information in our decision-making.
Yeah, I also, and tell me if I'm wrong on this, I also am presuming that part of the reason why you've gotten such a high compliance rate to the information orders has been that people understand that there is a collective need to have us have real data so that we're not over-curtailing.
Perhaps the fact that we're using it, they'll see that benefit. I think the initial responses was not that, there was not that understanding, because one of the questions we had was, what are you going to do with this information? You know, we wanted to make sure the stakeholders knew that we intended to and we have been utilizing that information.
But what kind of response do you had? I thought I understood that you had a pretty good response rate on the information orders.
For the Delta informational orders, the initial ones that we sent out, we had a very good response. Some of those responses had adequate information. Whether that information meets what we need is another question. So we might have to ask for more information, may need to decide that information wasn't adequate to support the claims, things like that. But that's going to take a little more time. On individual informational orders that we have sent out to individuals, we have got a mixed response. Some have not responded, and therefore they were subject to enforcement for that.
Around how many of those?
I don't know the number. I can get that to you, but the individual ones for informational orders, there was the San Joaquin River group that we did, and some of those received follow-up enforcement actions for failure to respond, and then they were subject to submitting the information, and as well as some individuals on different tributaries. But I don't know the exact number.
No, I'd love, when you get a chance, I'd love an
Okay.
update. Okay, sorry. Thanks very much, John.
You bet.
But I asked if there were more questions before I made them go away. So now I have some staff from the Department of Water Resources and Bureau of Reclamation, John Lehi, Eli Telovich from the department, and Ron Milligan from the Bureau are going to join me, and they're going to provide the bulk of the presentation. And it's to cover at least three major things: the general hydrology and the project operations, some words about the status of the contingency planning that's going on in the event of drought for next year, and also to answer the question that you had, Chair Marcus, and others perhaps had about net delta outflow index compared to what the adjusted requirements are. Because as you recall, I think that was based on when I reported in September that they were releasing more water was going out than was required. That occurred at least in September and October, about 150,000 acre feet. And I think John will be able to speak to, what's been controlling operations through the rest of the year. So I think it's going to be led off with John, and they have a PowerPoint. And I will ask some other questions or comments as we go along.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, board members. Again, John Lehi with State Water Project, DWR. And to my right, maybe a man who does not need introduction, I'm not sure, but is Eli, and I'm going to see if I get your last name right, Telovich. with our Bay Delta office, who is our subject matter expert on the operations of the False River Barrier. So he's going to help with that part of the presentation today. And of course, you know Ron Milligan from Reclamation, who may chime in here and there on the presentation that I present here. And if I could have the clicker, we can get started. Thank you. All right, so just a summary of what we plan to review is we'll start with you know, the usual overview of current hydrology, and then I'll move into a review of the 2015 operations with emphasis on the TUCP and the modified D1641 standards, kind of what was controlling when as we step through the year. And then with emphasis also then at the end on how the False River Barrier helped in, how it played a part in that salinity management. So starting with the overview, why don't we start with the recent precip event. So we'll take a look. This is the last 7 days of observed precipitation as it was distributed throughout the state. I think what you can, of note, you can see that the areas that got most bang out of this system were starting probably from the Feather south into the San Joaquin system. Parts of the San Joaquin system actually did best from this last system. You can see up to 3+ inches in some of those areas. We got, you know, much less numbers in the Sacramento Basin. Looks like Shasta was largely missed by this particular system that came through. So where does that put us? This is our usual Northern Sierra 8-station precip. So we're just very young in the new water year. You can see us on the far left-hand corner there at 2.4 inches for the Sacramento Basin, which is below average to date. So in October itself, we saw, average is about 3 inches for the month of October, and we saw, I think, probably less than half of that in October. This first storm in November has helped us a little bit. Of course, we're very early, so we can't draw too many conclusions at this point of where we're going to end up. Here is the San Joaquin Precipitation 5-station index, and you can see that they did a good bump of up to 4.2 inches. That does put them ahead of average to date, so that's good news. Considering the San Joaquin Basin, as you can see, the past years has been less than half of average for the last couple years of the drought, whereas the Sacramento Basin was about 2/3 to 3/4 of average for the last couple years. So badly needed in that system. Here's the forecast precipitation for the next 6 days. Somewhat encouraging in that at least we'll get some continuation of storms. However, the precip shown on here is right at the end of the forecast period, so this is really day 5 and day 6. So, you know, the further you go out, the less certainty you have as far as what's actually going to occur, but I will take this as a positive. Longer range forecasts, we've kind of flirted with perhaps more precip coming in mid-November. But again, those forecasts generally aren't very reliable this far out. So the storage conditions, here's the distribution throughout the state. As we know, pretty bad conditions as we sit here today. I think one of the things I've pointed out is you do see that because of the efforts through the interagency efforts and through the Shasta temperature plan, you do see that Shasta, as a percent of average, is doing best of all of the reservoirs of everything that's shown here as far as percent of average to date. So that's, that's a direct result of kind of the actions that have been
By
taken.
design.
That's by design. That's correct.
A Folsom lower than.
Folsom is low, and you'll see that in these subsequent graphics that we go over. And same with, Orville's doing about the same as last year. I'll go ahead and flip through I think I've got about 4 reservoirs as far as a close-up, and I'll kind of pause for Ron if he wants to interject anything. Well, starting with Trinity Lake, which is slightly lower than where we were last year at this time.
A lot to talk about for Trinity, other than the very warm temperatures we had in October. October had some really, particularly the latter half, so we did struggle a bit with some of the temperatures on the Trinity River, particularly in mid-month when we switched downstream to the lower compliance point. But we were releasing, during the latter half of the month, completely bypassing the power plant there to access the coldest water we had, and still had some really difficult days. But since probably over the last week particularly, temperatures have dropped considerably, and we're now well within the temperatures along the Trinity. But we had a lot of fish on the Trinity system kind of spread out from what we've had reports of, so the temperatures weren't necessarily off the chart, but it was just a real struggle to get the temperatures down and try to get to a point where the releases, we were able to get down to a typical release of 300 CFS for the Trinity River. But we're there, and with an eye towards the balancing of what other options did we have versus the question of really low in the lake. We're obviously below 600,000 acre feet, which is a concern level in terms of coming into the season up there. Yeah, for Shasta, probably touch on a couple of things. And since the last time we've talked, we've had a bit of a transition in terms of the flows and some of the temperature operations there. At the beginning of October, we were still up at roughly 7,000, 6,800 CFS release, and we were waiting to kind of hold the temperatures, particularly until the last of the winter run fish had emerged from the reds. And we were able to hold the temperatures within the plan, and we were able to basically hold the flows right up to around the 20th. Which had been the estimate as when the last fish would probably emerge. Upon some inspection at the time, the field crews from State Fish and Wildlife thought we needed a couple extra days there, but the ramp down rate that we had seemed to fit within that. So we have been ramping down, got down to 5,000 CFS release at Keswick before the end of the month of October. And we're going to hold that until roughly about the 11th of November, and we're going to make another cut down to 4,200 CFS, which was kind of consistent with the planning and coordination amongst the agencies.
Are you going to talk about fish at all while we're at Shasta?
We can talk a little bit about fish
I'm
without the benefit
assuming the
of
ramp down is with the fish agencies and according to plan. I mean, it's
Yes.
a tough year.
Yes. No, we had talked quite a bit about both the early season planning with in coordination with the Sac River settlement contractors and some of their groundwater pumping / following. And, we had made some slight adjustments downward we had 7,200 CFS release at Keswick for a lot of the summer. And we had talked about a plan to maintain that until around the 20th of October. But given we were getting towards the end of the season and probably to hedge our bets a little bit on the temperatures, we took that down to 6,800 CFS just to make sure that we stretched that resource. And that seems to have worked pretty well. Again, the appearance and we had a lot of monitoring of things on the river. And as we've ramped down, we didn't have any reds dewatered. Until the point that we were really confident that the shallow reds had all had their fish emerged. We were certainly prepared to take any shifting there, but that seemed to work pretty well. Around mid-month October, we made the call to go ahead on the temperature control device and go to a full side gate, 2 side gates, no low-level gates open. And, well, going in, as you recall, our planning going forth based on last year's performance of that particular configuration, that was a little bit of hold our breath moment to see if we would get a more traditional performance, and that seems to work really well. We had a significant improvement of temperature through the control device. Actually, we're able to draw up the cold water from lower in the lake, which we would have seen in past years, to the point where we saw a good 3.5 to 4 degree change of get up through the control device. And we kind of juggled some of the operations at the generation to kind of warm that, and have been able to stay within the range of the temperatures basically through that time all the way to current. We are at a point now with the ramp down that the water through the control device is a little warmer, because you need a pretty good draw of water to get the coldest water to come up. But the good news is, and this is coinciding pretty well with our planning efforts, was now with the ambient conditions being cooler, we're actually over the last 3-4 days seeing a place where we're starting to see cooling as we go downstream. Certainly have seen cooling from Shasta Dam through Keswick Reservoir for a while now, and now we're starting to see from Keswick through the river system some cooling. So that seems to be well manageable, and we're still maintaining the temperature at the target locations, although most those fish have kind of emerged from the gravel and are at some point between the spawning area and Red Bluff, where we're still waiting to see numbers kind of come in. There's been a lot of discussions about the numbers so far this season, obviously. There is a total number behind last year. We've had some kind of shifting estimates. Do we have less fish in play this year than last year or more? I think that's settling out to a place where maybe there's an estimate there were more fish that had come up and had returned to spawn, but I'm still kind of waiting to see how the red numbers worked out as well. But we are, as you know, kind of John pointed out from this last rain system and just cumulatively for October, we've yet to see in this part of the system any kind of significant, and by significant in this end, something that's really stirred up the water and created some turbidity that would help cue some of those fish out. I've had talked to a few folks that have had work done on the river, and they still see winter run fry kind of in the system upstream at Red Bluff that are still holding. So we would be nice if in the system that John showed at the end of the day 5 and 6, that if that does kind of hit that part of the river, that we could stir up some of those fish and encourage them to come out so we can start getting a better count. The numbers are low. The background conditions certainly are difficult, but we're kind of hoping that we're going to see a better picture as to how many fish that we have. And there's a lot of data that is kind of in play. I think that what we do know is we've been able to stay within the temperature ranges that we had plotted out over the summer. The adjusted temperatures is part of the plan. As those temperatures are related to where the majority of the reds were located and the intermediate gauge that we installed, we were in pretty close proximity of the temperature, closer to the 56 degree mark, probably a lot of the time at about 56.5, maybe slightly warmer in October just to kind of hedge our bets in that regard to make sure we could maintain things through until the full last emergence. So we're interested to see how this plays out in this last stage of the season, and particularly if once we get a storm through here, that's going to affect that part of the river. What I have noticed, given we did get some rain and was seemed fairly significant in Sacramento, is you looked at some of the gauges up in that part of the system and you didn't see virtually any response on the river. As a matter of fact, probably a little bit of a dip. So this will be interesting to see how that plays, but at least it was heartening to hear folks are still seeing some fish in the system. have heard that GCID's intakes, some of their traps, that they've actually seen an increase over last year's numbers. So we will, and they're downstream of Red Bluff. So I think there's a lot of data out there that we still need to synthesize and see where we stand.
You can help. I mean, there was a lot of media over nymphs fish count a week or two ago, so help the folks listening know how to put that in perspective temporally, et cetera. It was disheartening, to say the least.
Yes, it is, but so let me repeat shortly some of what Ron said, but with some numbers. The numbers last year for comparison, when the measurements were done for the fish migration passing Red Bluff Diversion Dam this year, the number was 217,000. About the same time last year was 280,000. So that on the surface looks bad, looks worse than last year, and as you say, there has been a lot in the press, a lot being made of that. But one of the points that Ron was making is that it's still early to make any determinations. The next count, the next numbers will be coming out tomorrow. They do these about every 2 weeks. So we'll want to wait a little bit longer to see what the totals are. And to put it in perspective too, what the fish agencies are working on, we've been talking to them, is trying to tease out, well, where were the successes, where were the failures, because of course it depends also on how many spawning salmon there were initially, what their fecundity was in terms of how many eggs they laid, things like that. So there's a number of things that can affect those numbers. So it's not as simple as just comparing this year to last year and saying,
you might have had
well,
fewer
you did,
returns to begin with.
well, yeah, there could be a number of things going on. So one of the sound bites, at least out there, is that we did all of these things and yet the numbers were lower. Just like many things, it's more complicated than that. It depends on everything else that's going on in the system. One uncomplicated thing we can say, and what Ron was referring to, had we not made the adjustment and controlled for temperature, we likely, since we were still on the margins here, we would have likely lost that temperature control earlier, and it seems likely, everything else being equal, the numbers would be even worse. And that's, some would argue with that assertion because it depends on what kind of losses we might have had all through the year, because as you recall, we were operating to higher, far less than optimal temperatures through the whole season, which could have resulted in some mortality of the fish and their reds all through the year. None of that has been teased out yet, and not even sure how much of it will be teased out, but that's something that's going to be worked on in the next few weeks and months. So it might be ripe for a follow-up presentation here when we have the fish agencies come in and talk about some of that at least a month from now when the more final numbers are in.
I think it would be important to do that because it's an issue that's really important. People are looking at it on all sides of the issues to understand what did we learn, what happened this year, and what do we do next year in case of a dry year, because we can't just we can't cross our fingers. So sooner better than later, I would say. I mean, I'm eager to do that because people are interested. Otherwise, you just have one narrative out there that's still not great, but may not be as bad as it looks yet.
Right,
might be worse, might be better, but I think we actually owe it to sort of the public out there to try and tee it up, and I'd love it certainly within the month. We need it for making decisions.
And within just to manage expectations, it's a biological system. So as Ron said, and what we're seeing here, when do we know that we have the latest numbers? So we'll get some numbers tomorrow, I would think, some more in a couple of weeks. So to do it within a month might be a heavy lift because that won't have necessarily provided the time to do all of the analysis to tease it out.
But an update, I think, is really important. I mean, again, this is an issue that I know is really hard, particularly in biology, because certainty is so much harder to come by and there's so many variables. But I actually think as clear an update and statement of where we are and where we aren't would really be important for this presentation, because then I'm not putting it just on Ron and you.
Sure, and how this, at least one of the ways this will be useful, we've have now 2 years we've managed in 2 different ways. The first year in 2014 when we've lost control, this year when we maintained control but less optimally with regard to temperature. Is there something even more that needs to be done, or something different, or some hybrid? So I think some of this analysis will inform what we may have to do next year in the event of another dry year.
I had some questions and also comments. I do think that an update sooner rather than later would be helpful, but at the same time, I think it's important to be thoughtful.
one of the concerns that I had, there was so much effort that went into the temperature plan and the whole team approach, and then the information that came out last week. It didn't put it all into the proper context. It was one piece of information that almost sounded prematurely like a failure. And I'm hearing you say, you know, we don't have all the information in yet, but also we were so focused on measures, what measures could be taken, very specifics on temperature, the point of compliance, the temperature levels, the operation of the side gates. And we did not, as I recall, focus on the numbers. We really couldn't have. I mean, how would we have known? So to put it in, again, in the proper context, success under the plan may not necessarily mean success for the fish. And so some way to message on that, because I was confused as I was reading through those news articles, so I imagine that the public would be confused. And then for all those who worked so hard and gave up, everybody gave up a little or a lot, depending on your perspective. And so just anything that the whole team could do on better messaging in the interim before, you know, before we have all the information.
Thank you. Just another place where this will occur, and again, we're always working on one piece as it's still unfolding, but there's also interest by the board, I know, to complete the order on the petitions for reconsideration for this. So some of that story will be part of that order as well in terms of what was done and what has happened, but we're not going to have all of the final information to inform that as well, but at least laying out so it's clear. So it's clear to be used as a tool for learning to what we do next year.
And I'll come to the TUCP stuff by the end of the conversation. Great, thanks. It just seems Shasta seemed the time to ask the question.
Well, it is, well, when isn't it a good time to talk about Shasta? I will say that tomorrow and the next day, the agencies are quite involved in our annual science review of the implementation of the RPAs for the biological opinions. And we've put a lot of this type of material to talk about and characterize the thinking behind in performance to the revised temperature targets / location. How did that track through the season? Some of how we work through the modeling and then through the real-time system do some truing up of that. So I think we've got a lot of material both on the operation side and some of the biology, even while we're still counting fish pest red bluff, that we could do something fairly robust in a short time frame and then maybe build on that once we get some additional numbers.
Yeah, and I think Board Member Diadama said it better than I did. I think we owe it to all concerned to have a narrative that has all the pieces, as opposed to, I was sort of surprised when I saw that hit and that number without warning. I mean, no criticism, that wasn't the number that was there at the moment, but there was no narrative, there was no explanation of where it fit into what we were doing, and I think that that's a challenge. So I'm glad to hear that everybody's meeting to talk anyway in the next couple of days, and so we can get a more robust picture.
Yeah, we continue to look at this. I mean, the concern is, and I think the comment towards, there's the plan aspect of it, then there's kind of the outcome and where does that leave us? And obviously with the 3-year life cycle for, you know, any Chinook salmon, particularly winter run, even though we probably stayed within the plan and were able to manage through that without losing temperature control, at the end, you're going to have to assess last year's numbers, this year's numbers, and thinking about next year's numbers. And I would take that all the agencies are concerned that we're going to have some low numbers, and as we migrate and think about this next year as to what we can do, the success of this next year, whether it's dry, correctly dry, wet, or whatever, is going to be a pretty significant proportion of the life stage of these fish. So even if we do see a lot of fish come out of the system, I think it will still be, from a historic perspective, a low number. and it's going to give us, we're going to have to put a lot of thought into next year's success. And I think Les hit it right. What did we collectively learn about these 2 years, and are there other stressors in the system? Because a lot of our focus has been on temperatures at the spawning location. But obviously, there's a part of this life stage is from when those fish emerge to get to Red Bluff, where we're trying to count. And then obviously, we put our additional thoughts in those fish migrating past Knight's Landing into the Delta, and all those operations as well. So still a lot left in this part of the story, but I think there's a caution here that we want to be thinking about, particularly as we think about options for next year. And I think, it's the same type of story with Delta smelt and the low numbers we're seeing in some of the trawls, is that the cumulative effect of drought it's taken its toll on the species. And as we come into this next year, we need to take that into account as we manage through the early winter, late winter, spring, and into next summer. Absolutely.
Thanks. Okay, appreciate that.
Okay, so moving along, I'll give Ron a break by one reservoir here. We'll take a look at Lake Oroville. We're still at, so we're at 28% of capacity, 47% of historical average. We're releasing 1,200 CFS to the river. That's not the absolute minimum yet, and we're not quite in a position to make additional reductions because we still see a very dry watershed despite the rain. And I think this is a general statement. You could say, looking at all the reservoirs, we're still drafting storage. So we're still supplementing, as John O'Hagan indicated, to meet the downstream needs. Temporarily here, we've got kind of a higher outflow, but after this precip assumption on the reduction in delta consumptive use fades away at the end of 5 days here, we're going to see some lower flows again. The reduction in the Shasta releases, for example, has, we've got lower inflows on the Sacramento River, and we saw no response to increased runoff due to the precip in the Sacramento Basin. So we still have very low inflows into the Delta, and so we need to continue to maintain some support from the upstream.
And that even despite that big blue block over the Sac Valley.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, for example, I mean, from a sustained dry period, my experience has been, at least in the feather watershed, we'll need about 6 to 10 inches to really prime that system before we start to see any significant runoff. So there's been we have seen zero increase in inflow into Oroville as a result of this precip. So the watershed's still getting primed. And then this is typically the case. It's going to take a number of these storms before we really start to see any kind of significant runoff. Oops, almost missed Folsom there. So
don't miss Folsom. That other CVP reservoir has probably been in the news quite a bit lately. We've been managing, at a fairly low release out of to the American River. We're at 500 CFS, which is a pretty low number, and that's not without some concern for the fishery, in the sense that it's just not a lot of water to queue up, particularly fall and Chinook, to come on upstream.
And folks raised that.
Yes. At the same time, the inflows, other than maybe just the last day, we've still, even with the rain, had seen that we were, as John said, drafting or losing storage at 500 CFS. We continue to look, so we're being helped considerably and or hindered to some degree, depending on your point of view, by the upstream power operations with SMUD and PG&E, who I do think, given this last storm, did pick up a little bit of storage. And so that dynamic and some of those uphill reservoir storages play into this as well. So we're working really close with them to see what they project, particularly in the American River Basin, over the month to come. Because we're getting a lot of interest. We've no shortage of some folks that would say, gee, 500 CFS is just way too much water to be releasing. But then on the other hand, if I talk to any of the biologists, they're very concerned even with 500. And what do we need to see to be able to start building that back up? So we continue to watch on this basin particularly just what the next forecast is. And depending what we see over the next week and then what may be projected over the latter half of November, we want to be, we're going to really be actively looking at what's happening upstream and trying to make a call if we need to make a shift downward or upward, because we are not there yet, but at some point, given just the way that the weather looks, we're going to be getting to a historic low in terms of storage. Not at a point where I think it's going to interrupt anyone's supply, but if things continued very dry through November into the first part of December, then we're talking about looking at what are the demands and do we need to start using some of those temporary pumps that we've been able to mobilize, but don't think that we would need. And we still would assume that there would be some rainfall that would occur between now and that point. But there is a threshold where now we're probably into new territory in terms of low, in terms of storage at Folsom. So that's only going to kind of heighten the concern, and this is why we're putting a lot of effort into just what's the right flow rate, given both the fishery concern and just the protection of storage up there.
Okay, so if there's no more questions on kind of the real-time hydrology, I'll go ahead and transition to a review of 2015 operations. And with emphasis, as I said before, on kind of the TUCP and what the D1641 modifications were and how did those play into the actual operations this year. So just kind of a reminder of general categories of what the modifications were as far as the standards were concerned. Certainly, it was lower outflows. So for the X2 period, February through June, typically that base flow is 7,100 or meeting water quality at Collinsville. And that was reduced to 4,000 CFS. Now, one thing I'd like to point out right here that you'll kind of see reflected in some of the conserved water numbers that we'll see later. One of the questions might be, why are the numbers of why is the volume of conserved water so much greater than it was last year? One of the reasons gets to this X2 requirement of 7,100. There is in D1641 an off-ramp provision in very dry runoff years that allows a reduction to 4,000 CFS in the months of May and June. That was triggered in 2014. Okay, so it kind of lowered the baseline, if you will, for the comparison between actual operations and what would have been required under D1641. Now, this year, in water year 2015, because of the very wet conditions in December, that factored into the total water year volume of runoff, which was enough to not allow that off-wrapping criteria in D1641. So the requirement, the baseline requirement was much higher this year than it was last year because of the wet December period. And so it was, the requirement was 7,100 through June this year as opposed to last year. So that you'll see that kind of come into play in some of the numbers that we look at later. And the only other outflow modification would be July, which in critical years, it's typically 4,000, and we had requested and received approval for reduction to 3,000 for that month. The other category was the modification of the Western Delta compliance point. So Western Delta, there's two compliance points, Edmonton and Jersey Point. The modification was the compliance to the Edmonton standard at 3 Mile Slough, so approximately 2.5 to 3 miles further upstream. The same requirement that would have been required at Edmonton was instead required at 3 Mile Slough. The other categories of modifications was some flexibility on the DCC gate operations, and that flexibility was exercised for a short period of time in the middle of May. So there was about a week early opening of those gates because at the time we had not installed the West False River barrier yet, and I'm sorry, that would not have helped with this particular standard. The Jersey Point standard was a concern at that point, and so that's why the cross-channel gates, we had asked for them to be opened early, and we received that approval. And this was after we had taken other actions, which included, we were already at minimum exports. We had made increases from upstream. And you'll see that in some of these graphs that follow on. There were other modifications were the San Joaquin flow, and this was both in the base flow requirement and the pulse flow requirement during the April, May, and June period. The other category was the Rio Vista flows in the fall. So where we are currently in the September through November period, the requirement in September and October is 3,000, and in November it's 3,500. The request was to reduce that to 2,500 CFS for all 3 of those months, September, October, November. And the other modification that goes along with these is that anytime we were operating to modified standards, not meeting the D1641 standards, we were restricted to the combined 1,500 CFS export rate. And what you'll see is we actually operated for most of the period much less than 1,500, just because the water was not there upstream, and to further conserve water in addition to this requirement. Now, the one thing about the 1,500, it did not apply, though, to any water transfers that were occurring in the system that were being conveyed by the project. So I'll point that out as we go through the graphics as well. So this is the calendar year to date. And so in blue, we've got the delta outflow, and the green is the exports, and I have the asterisk. We have the asterisk there. It includes the water transfers. The green shaded area would be any period where we were not meeting the unmodified D1641 requirements. So in other words, we were operating under the TUCP. And maybe I can start. I'm going to break this down into 3 segments in the next 3 slides. But to kind of start, I think some of the questions were on excess outflow greater than the requirement. And let me step through the various periods here. So the first period I'm going to take a look at is the February 1st through May 1st, which essentially was when the Spring X2 or the modified Spring X2 requirement was in play and was really, to a large extent, driving the operations. So the complication to the Spring X2 requirement is it can be met through either outflow, which was the 7,100 CFS outflow, or through water quality. And so the blue again is the NDOI, and the red on here is the Collinsville salinity. And so the important number, don't have it marked on here, but if you look at the y-axis on the right-hand side, it would be 2.64 EC is essentially when X2 is at Collinsville. So that intersects Okay, well, let me start from the left. We've essentially, the first few days of February, we were not meeting the requirement. You can see the outflow was below 7,100. The blue line was below 7,100 as measured on the left y-axis. And the salinity was greater than the 2.64 as measured on the right-hand y-axis and the red line. So we were not meeting the requirement, so we were limited to the 1,500. There's a little bit of a notch there, and that, if you recall, was the kind of back and forth on this mid-step type operation. And so that was, we had a temporary allowance for that the first 3 days of September, and then we went back down to the essentially what was getting the outflow back to, reducing the exports to get outflow back up to 7,100. But we were in compliance then with the X2 standard from about February 7th through the middle of March. And you can see we were meeting it both through outflow and through water quality. Water quality improved greatly with that one storm that came in early February. So you see the pronounced hydrograph. We were, of course, still cutting back to the extent that we could upstream, but this is the resulting runoff from below the dams and unregulated flow that we were just unable to capture. I mean, at this time, you can see the exports did go up, the green line, but they were limited by OMR restrictions. So, we weren't able to capture any more of that, pulse that came through. We continue to be in compliance until you can see we lose the outflow aspect of the X2, looks like just prior to March 1st. You can see the blue line drops below 7,100, but we were still meeting it through the red line, which was the water quality aspect, the salinity. And that continued to be the case until you see the solid red line intersect the green shaded area right about the middle of March. That's where we exceeded the 2.64, and so we were no longer meeting unmodified D1641, and so you can see the exports also reduced down to the 1,500 combined export. And that was the story pretty much through the end of May, at least for this period. The next few months were really controlled more so by managing Western Delta Ag compliance. So that would include the unmodified Jersey Point standard shown in yellow and the modified location on the Sacramento River of the Edmonton standard, which Edmonton shown in red. The dashed line is the modified location, which is 3 Mile Slough. And so this goes back to what I was saying. In the green, you can see that we were really trying to minimize the exports to the extent possible. So what that green line throughout the summer shows is, on the state side, it was minimum export to feed the South Bay Aqueduct contractors their health and safety supply, that they cannot access water directly from San Luis. So they rely on banks to feed the South Bay Aqueduct. So essentially it was that water plus any small amount of water transfers that were occurring on the State Water Project side during the summer. And one general aspect you'll see the difference between this year and last year. We were slightly higher on the exports, even though they were still very low last year during the summer. This year was even lower, and the reason for that is there was that much less water transfer water available in the system. So last year there was several 100,000 acre-feet of transfers. This year it was in the tens of thousands. So it was almost order of magnitude lower as far as the amount of, the continued drought has just dried up those sources of transfer water in the North States. So So that's another dynamic. We operated to essentially the same outflows, but lower inflows and lower exports generally. So going back to how things played out, again, you see in mid-May is when we started to have the concern with the yellow line, which was Jersey Point. The compliance number there is it'd be 2,200. I'm sorry, it would be 2.2 as measured on the right-hand side of EC. And so we had, as you can see, the blue line, we had made increases, and this was mostly from Oroville, and I think a little bit from Folsom. In early May, we were pretty much locked in on the Shasta operations. So the differences were made up with Oroville and Folsom. And the increases in the inflow was not enough, still continued to see the degradation, and that's when we asked for the flexibility that was allotted for the cross-channel gate early opening. And so, like I said, it was 4 or 5 days of early opening on that type operation. That helped immensely in cleaning up those Western Ag stations, well, specifically Jersey. Also saw a tidal change as well. We were able to operate then to the modified outflow standard, which was 4,000, through June, and we were okay on water quality. The 3 Mile Slough compliance is, the Edmonton compliance that was moved to 3 Mile is actually 2.78. So that was higher than the Jersey Point requirement. As we continued through June, once we get into July, we had asked for that reduction to 3,000. We were not able to operate to 3,000. We averaged about 3,400. And the reason we didn't go all the way to 3 is we started to have some issues with meeting the salinity at both Jersey and 3 Mile Slough. And that you can see in about the middle of July. And this was the one period where we were unable to, we exceeded even the modified standards. So there was a brief period of time in the middle of July where there was a couple days that we did not meet the Jersey Point, unmodified Jersey Point standard, but we also did not meet the 3 Mile Slough modified standard for a period of time. So that was the one exception. Otherwise, we were meeting at least the TUCP modified standards throughout the year. So that pretty much, when we got back into August, things were more in control. We were able to operate to the 3,000 CFS outflow for the month of August, which is part of D1641 in a critical year. So that was not a modified standard, but we continued to be able to take advantage of the Western Ag 3 Mile Slough modification. So here we are now in the fall period, and it's Rio Vista flow, and now the barrier, the West Falls River barrier, was removed. Let's see, it was breached October 1st. The removal started in September. And the Western Ag compliance was over at the end of irrigation season, middle of August. So things shifted to compliance of Rio Vista flow and to more of the interior salinity management. And so we were a little bit short on the Rio Vista flow requirement in the month of September, so I think by about 9,000 acre feet. So that's why this entire period is still shaded green. And in October, we haven't reported these numbers yet, but it looks like the number is going to be closer to about 30,000 acre feet of additional conserved water as a result of the Rio Vista flow modification. So just a kind of a summary of each month. And by the way, all of this information can be found in the tables that we have submitted to the board and that are posted on your website. This is putting, so these graphs have put what was in a table form is now in a graphical form. And so, you know, I think that's may help, you know, convey the information as part of the record. So here's just a summary of which of the standards that were modified resulted in the conserved water accounting. And you can see per month how much volume that is. And so the big numbers that are, much larger than last year would be that May-June period. And again, that'll go back to the fact that the baseline was, we were working with a higher baseline this year as opposed to last year. So that 119 and that 183, those numbers are much larger than last year for those 2 months. And that's a big part of the bigger number on the accounting. So again, this is just those same numbers. And through the end of September, the number's right about 800,000 acre feet. And as I indicated, we'll probably be tacking on an additional 30,000 for the month of October. And the jury's still out on November. The first few days we're right about the 3,500 on Rio Vista, but we're getting some help from this last precip as it relates to the delta consumptive use, which does factor into the Rio Vista flow. If we do not get any follow-up storms, we could struggle with that Rio Vista flow as we get later. If we get the follow-up storms, you know, may not be an issue. We may be back under normal D1641 type operation. So I'm going to transition now to the False River Barrier, West False River Barrier, and how that played into the salinity management this year. And I'm going to kind of set the stage, and then Eli will kind of finish up and really give a much better explanation than I could give justice to on the hydrodynamics there and the salinity, how it relates to the salinity. So just to kind of clarify things a little bit on the positioning of the barrier and which standards did it help and which did it meet and which standards did it not help meet. So essentially at its location there, depicted on this map, any of the stations upstream of the barrier were, the water quality conditions were improved. It did not really play a part in improving the conditions at downstream. So this would be the Western Ag standards were not really aided. That salinity management was not aided by the barrier. That was, you know, that's still all about delta outflow and the releases from upstream on the SAC and the exports. So so really the savings of the conserved water account of lower outflow was really an artifact of moving Edmonton up to 3 Mile Slough. That's where the savings came from. It didn't come from the barrier. It came from not having to meet compliance, the EC compliance at the Edmonton location. So, so what the barrier did help with is given a fixed outflow, it improved the water quality conditions upstream. So this would be anywhere in the interior, including Rock Slough, including any of the ag diversions within the more interior part of the delta and at the project locations such as Clifton Court. So one standard, it probably helped in us not having to ask for relaxation of would be the 150 days at Contra Costa, for example. So that without the barrier, you know, it would have been doubtful we'd be able to meet all those 150 days. So that's where it did have a big improvement.
Remind me where that intake is, or where that.
Which intake?
What are you talking about for Contra Costa?
Well, for Contra Costa,
Rock Slough?
Yeah, there's several. So there's Rock Slough, and then there's the Old River diversion, which is much closer to where Clifton Court is, down on Old River. And then the alternative intake on, it was Victoria Canal. So just going at about 2 o'clock from Clifton Court there, that one channel. So they're much further south, so that's the better water quality. But the standard is based on rock slough and keeping that at 150. But there's residual benefits to the other users in the South Delta by maintaining the 150 at rock slough. It actually improves the ultimate water salinity levels that are at the Old River, Contra Costa's Old River, and at Banks Pumping Plant. So there are other benefits to that as well. I'm just going to start again to kind of set this up as far as the hydraulics in the delta. Just a reminder of the tidal flux, which plays kind of one of the central roles in this salinity dynamics, is the out at Suisun Bay. We're seeing a tidal flux typically well over 300,000 CFS. Difference between the 2-a-day ebb tides and 2-a-day flood tides. So when we talk about delta outflow, of course, we're talking about the net, which is a very small percentage of that total delta flux that's occurring. Now, that is not as great tidal flux as you go more into the interior. So kind of by the time you get to where Frank's Tract, False River, it's more about a plus or minus 50,000 CFS flux. And this is where the salinity, one of the keys to salinity management in the interior is Frank's Tract, because without that barrier there, essentially you get the salinity flow with the flood tide will push through that False River channel, and that's the shortest connection between the lower San Joaquin River and Frank's Tract. So that would be highly saline water that gets jetted into the Frank's Tract, so it works as a tidal pump. So Eli's going to, I don't want to steal too much of Eli's thunder here, but
it's a good test. He'll grade you when you walk back as to how well you did.
Yeah, and he'll correct me the parts that I'm messing up, I'm sure. I'll leave it at that for now. So that's kind of what we're looking at. And let me.
It's the issue that it floods in, but it's a lot harder to flush out.
Yeah, so it's essentially the salt will disperse once it gets into Frank's Tract. The salinity disperses, so on the ebb tide, the water that returns back through False River is less saline than the water that came on the flood tide. So it's a saline pump. What you really want is the tidal pump that's on the northeast corner of Frank's Tract, because that's fresh water coming in on that side. So because that's most well connected to the cross channel and the McCullough River system. So you got fresh water coming in on that side. So you don't want to mess with that part of the tidal pump, because that's the fresh water. So by us cutting off the saltwater tidal pump, that allowed more of the freshwater tidal pump, if you will, to provide fresher water in Frank's Tract generally, and so that helps maintain those salinity conditions in the interior.
Quick question though, by maintaining it in the interior and that jetting of salt water, as you say, instantaneously less fresh water would come out, but over time, as that builds up salt water, won't that have the effect of affecting standards overall, because now it'll reach some higher salinity steady state and contribute to additional salting throughout the delta?
Are you saying without the barrier input, without the False River? Yes, that's correct. And that's why without the physical barrier, we have to release more water to provide the hydraulic barrier to push that. So the water that does come through the False River salt pump, if you will, is not as salty, because we're pushing the salinity regime further to the west. And so, we're still getting that salt pumping action. It's just that we're managing it in such a way that it's not enough to to cause the dispersion of too much salinity to exceed the standards in the interior. But, so it's much more efficient to put a physical barrier there than to provide the additional flows to provide the hydraulic barrier rather than the physical barrier.
Because I just wanted to punch that for that reason, and also because of long-term being able to maintain standards or adjusted standards. It helps with that too by not getting that slug of salt water in the interior delta.
Yeah, so it will have, right, it will have longer term effects, definitely, yes, that's correct. So yeah, this is just, okay, so you're oriented, the next photo is going to be taken from essentially just downstream of where the barrier is. So we're going to be looking towards Frank's Tract, kind of to the, but it's kind of taken to the northeast. So sorry about this, got a little bit blurry here, but you can see the False River barrier being put in. So we're located on the lower San Joaquin River. To the right, going up towards the upper right, is the False River, West False River, and then in the upper right-hand corner is Frank's Tract, so the open body of water there. So that gives you kind of the orientation, and there you can see that it's a straight shot. The salinity would go straight into Frank's Tract, and so we're cutting it off, whereas if you look on the upper left-hand corner, that's the roundabout route up the San Joaquin River. It doesn't connect to Frank's Tract except at the very top of the photo. And by the time, you know, at that point, you've got much fresher water that's going into the tract. And so here's just a few photos of this is actually the barrier being removed. And I think Eli is going to kind of touch on where we are on that effort. Here was the start of it. So this is my final slide. So this is essentially, shows the tidal flux just going through False River, just prior to the barrier installation, and you can see the plus and minus 50,000 CFS. You can see the barrier just completely shutting that down. And then once the removal started and the breach occurred October 1st, you see now we're back in this, we've got the salinity pump going again, and interior delta water quality is still a big part of the operations as we sit here today. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Eli so he can continue on this theme.
Great. Afternoon. Okay, so picking off where John left off, and actually I'm probably going to overlap a little bit. First, the status of the barrier. You can see from John's slides that it's characterized really as all over, and I think that in many ways it is. We're on schedule for a complete removal by November 9th, but that process started as early as early September, and the first breach, I can be heard, right? Yeah. Yeah, so the first breach happened in very early October, and the system underwent a lot of its restoration just in the first week or 10 days after the barrier was breached. So you know, in many ways, when you look at a plot like John just showed before, it looks like it's over, and we're back much closer to the non-barrier state right now than to the barrier state. So John already mentioned a lot about how the barrier works, and I don't want to bore you too much with redundant material. The barrier sits on False River right between Jersey Point, which is a pretty salty place by mid or lower delta standards, and Frank's Tract. Frank's Tract acts as a sort of a pivotal role in salinity intrusion, because when it gets salty there, you get knocked off of the east-west intrusion route, which is something that we can control pretty well, and you get into that north-south slug route that we kind of just have to sit and watch what happens and gulp and hold our breath. So the Frank's Tract, besides being an open body of water and having some sort of buffering capacity, is also a dispersion machine. Was that? Yeah, it's a participant in the salinity intrusion process. And the name of the mechanism is tidal pumping, and that's the thing that we're trying to break up with the barrier. So what is tidal pumping? Already been discussed a little bit. first let me describe what you're looking at. These are 4 images of the delta. These are from a modeling simulation. It's the only thing I'm going to show you today that's based on a modeling run, but it makes for a good explanation. Oh boy, didn't transfer too well to this background, did it? The 2 rows are the flood and ebb stage of the tide. The left column is a case with no barrier, and the right-hand column is the case with a barrier. You can see the 2 lines that indicate that as well. So as far as understanding or conceptualizing tidal pumping, it's that top left panel that's really shows what goes on. You can see a big red bulge intruding into Frank's Tract a good distance. That's what happens when water goes through a small aperture into a big body of water. It's like shooting a fire hose, a salty fire hose, into a swimming pool. After that flood occurs, what happens is some mixing starts to occur, and that region will become a little bit more like the ambient salinity in Frank's Tract, so that by the time you get in the ebb, which is the bottom panel, the water that's exiting is at a lower concentration. So if you were standing right there at where False River comes into Frank's Tract, which is a region that we call the nozzle, you'd be watching salty water come in and fresh water leaving. And that would be sort of a relentless thing that would happen over the tide cycles. And gradually, Frank's Tract would turn green. And that's what happens here. On the right-hand side, we've installed a barrier, so we've disrupted the tidal flux in from False River barrier, from False River, and a lot of the inflow under those circumstances happens in the mouth of Old River, which is the 1 o'clock position of Frank's Tract. And you can almost see in the top right panel a little plume of fresh water coming in. So the tidal pumping is kind of got an inverted role in this case. It can actually be a freshening mechanism for the delta. That water is influenced by the Delta Cross Channel and McColumney water that's coming in nearby, so it's generally a lot cleaner than what you would find downstream on False River. And then the same thing happens on outflow. You get some mixing, and so you have a net transport of freshness into the delta there. If you compare the left and the right-hand side, you can see what happens if you leave a mechanism like that in place for weeks or months. The long-term salinity becomes higher inside of Frank's Tract, and so things gradually get saltier and saltier. So that was a modeling explanation, but now let's look at how the barrier performed and whether that actually happened. To do that, I'm going to look at time series at 5 spots, and it's going to be from north to south along this salinity intrusion route that you see here. The first one is at Jersey Point, which is right on the San Joaquin River. The second one will be at False River, which without the barrier is very close to Jersey Point, but once you've put in the barrier, they're worlds apart. Then Piper Slough, Bethel Island is a station that's actually in the footprint of Frank's Tract. So that's an indicator of Frank's Tract salinity. Then on to Holland Tract to the south and Clifton Court to the very south. So we're going to watch the salinity signal propagate in. Okay, I'm going to start with just the Jersey Point and False River stations. So those are the stations that straddle the barrier on either side. This is a late 2013 to early 2014 picture. So this is an intrusion event or a season that did not have the barrier in place. And what you see is what you'd expect. Jersey Point, False River follow one another very closely. These events that you're looking at have periods of about a week or two. They're forced offshore. This is not a tide. This is a tidally filtered view. If we add the other 3 stations, what you see is that they're sympathetic to a lot of the major parts of the system. The really high-frequency stuff gets kind of filtered out, but you can still see all the major bumps get transmitted through into Frank's Tract and then on down to the south of the system. Bethel Island, again, that really is my marker for the interior of Frank's Tract. It bumps up, in this case, up to 1,250 to 1,600 microsiemens per centimeter. So it gets pretty salty, and I'm going to use that as a little benchmark in a second when we talk about what it's going to be like in 2015 without that barrier, or with the barrier. So the signal gets through. In this case, Clifton Court got right up to 1,000 microsiemens, so it got pretty salty. This is the event that in my world I remember as being the impetus for talking about the barrier as a real thing that we were going to apply for. Salinity intrusion 2015. So now we've installed the barrier, and you can imagine what would happen between Jersey Point and False River if 150,000 tons of rock had gotten placed between them. The two signals decouple mostly right around the time of closure of the barrier. And they recouple right at the time when I said there was a breach in the barrier, which is really the time that the hydraulic connection is reestablished between those two sites. So through most of the season, they were quite far apart. You can see a little bit of coherence in the way that they wiggle, and the reason for that is that there is a small leakage flow that John showed on his slide. So it's not it's not an airtight connection. Now let's add the three other stations. No response at all. So the sort of dusty purple line there that's the Bethel Island station, the one on the interior of Frank's Track. It doesn't respond to any of these events, even though the ones I'm showing you in 2015, the sort of average level of salinity that I'm showing you now is quite a bit higher than what I showed you from the 2013-14 scenario. So that mechanism of salinity intruding into the interior of Frank's Track pretty much got shut down. The Holland Track and Clifton Court very slowly improve through the season. It's not a sort of a miracle cure, and part of the reason for that is the barriers went up at a time when some salinity had already intruded into the system. This is a year when exports are low, so the sort of the vacuuming out effect of exports is absent there. But nevertheless, things do get gradually better with time. I marked a brief period of exports increases around September 1. Those were transfer flows. John showed them in his slide. And that was actually the best week or two that we got at Clifton Court. The salinity went down 100 or more microsiemens per centimeter during that time. And that was just being better able to take advantage of the cleaner water that was in Middle River. Summarizing the three past years from my point in terms of water availability now, I think that the thing that was really different about 2015 is not the net delta outflow index, but rather its composition. This year, we had more than 1,000 CFS reduction in the average July to August exports, and 1,000 reduction in exports, and more than that, a reduction in inflows. So what that represents is water that was saved for the northern part of the system. But you can get the same outflow from a high inflow and a high export, or a low inflow or a low export, and we just took that to an extreme this year. If you look at just the export number, you'll realize we went down from 1,900 to 900. Well, that's kind of the through floor that determines residence time. So we made residence time in the South Delta twice as long this year. That's one of the effects of having the barrier there. The other thing that I think is true about having the barrier in there this year is when you set up flows and exports this way, you can only manage the system by allowing the salinity front to move in a little bit. So we took advantage of that 3-mile ag standard movement a lot more this year than we did last year. It was in the works last year, but we didn't need to make use of it as much. We complied mostly at Edmonton. This year, mostly at 3-mile. And I think that's all I have to say, unless there's questions.
Okay. Yeah, that pretty much wraps up what we had to present today. The only thing I will then just add is, as a contingency for next year, we have already submitted a permit to the Corps of Engineers for, if needed, another installation of the False River barrier. So we submitted that in 2016. We have submitted that at the end of October, last week of October, so that is now under review by the Corps of Engineers. And we will continue to work more generally on a contingency plan as in all aspects, in addition to the barrier, in the event that we do see, unfortunately, would see another dry year. So we've been already working with the fishery agencies, regulatory agencies, in starting to put together just a framework of a contingency, kind of like we did last year. We came out with that in December last year. It's sort of the same time frame that we're looking at for this year as well. So we'll continue to track these conditions. I think the actual conditions as we go through the winter, I think there's somewhat more optimism, if you will, as far as what the seasonal climate outlooks are. But again, there's no guarantees for anything. So we will continue to press forward on this contingency planning for another dry year if it were to occur.
I appreciate that because we're later this year on reviewing the TUCPs, and as you know, the five of us don't get to talk to anybody other than out here in the public forum until we do that, and I realize how busy everybody's been, but certainly my expectation was that we were going to be doing it even earlier this year rather than even later this year, which I think is a problem for the public process. So I'm delighted that you're already doing that as opposed to when we had to ask you to do it, because we would be asking you to do it again, I'm pretty sure. So I think that's good for timing to be starting in December. If I have a couple of requests, and I will have more, as you can imagine, it is to engage the stakeholders in those conversations, including our staff, very, very closely, very candidly in terms of pros and cons from this year, and then whatever that plan is, which will be presented to us here and vetted with a zillion comments from people on all sides, that you try and stick to it more when you come in for TUCPs than last year. I'll just be blunt. I think we lost some faith in people, and you lost some faith up here in that one, even though I know, you're all trying your best. I just think it's really important to be as transparent as we can be as we're making decisions through the crisis. It sounds like that's your plan. I think that's great. I think we all learned a lot last year and the year before, but I actually think that we need to be engaging with stakeholders, both water users in the environmental community and water users of all kinds, on what we're trying to do together. I think it just helps us in these very complex issues. So hopefully you've budgeted the time to have more stakeholder meetings. There are limitations on our ability to join you in those and what can be talked about, but know that those are really important, not just to us, but I'll just speak for myself, to me, and I think to my colleagues.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be our intent. As I said, we're getting underway with agency folks first, but we would certainly engage stakeholders. That would be the next step.
Yeah, we need every good idea we can get, and I'm glad you're planning for another dry year. I mean, we all are hopeful that we'll see precipitation of the kinds and in the places that we want, and so great to plan for the worst and be able to ratchet it back if need be.
Yeah, I mean, we're not hoping for any devastating flooding, but really hope that some of these drought czars turn into flood czars.
I'm going on vacation. No, I'm only kidding.
What my only comment, and it continues to be a kind of nagging problem that I see. We plan year to year to year to year, and yet we know from some of the information that's coming out of the department that the future is going to be very variable and probably on the downside, not on the upside. We may get an upside in 2016, but it's unlikely that we'll have upsides on a regular basis. And we haven't had them for the last 20 years. And so I'm getting, who is working on the long term, the multi-year, not just the year to year planning and implementation efforts that are going on. Who's doing that? Well, I know, but no, we're not actually. No,
Well, we are now.
I can speak for, I mean, of course, this isn't the full picture, but that's why there's the urgency with regard to our Bay Delta planning efforts,
Right.
where the drought, I hate to say anything that's helpful about the drought, but what's helpful about the drought, it's forced us to think about how that does get folded into those plans so that we're not surprised when we have a year like this that we've had 2 years in a row. So that is being built into the phase one, and that's going to be, of course, a very active conversation about what that looks like, and also for phase two. But that's not everything. There's the fishery elements having to do with the operations that aren't necessarily fully covered by our Bay Delta planning efforts. That being said, these contingency plans to manage expectations this year, even last year as it started, as you recall, we had a good fall. It was, it raining and then it stopped. So the contingency planning that's going on right now is with the focus on the next couple of months, what to do in terms of first flush, things like that. But aside from knowing the tools that we have in our toolbox in terms of adjustments that have happened over the last couple of years, and we would be contemplating something like that, the concerns will be if we have an identical year. I think on the fisheries side, there's concern that they went too far and that we can't make the adjustments this coming year because it's been hit too hard. But countering that, there'd be the water supply, which would say the same thing. So even if we have a slightly better year, we're still going to be having a tough time of it. But the heavy lifting in terms of the contingency with some specificity is going to be happening in January when we have a better idea about how the year is unfolding.
Right, and we're
So-
going to have to look at optional paths and different scenario planning for it. But we shouldn't assume that last year and this year are a foregone conclusion to be edited. I think fresh look is important. May end up being somewhere similar, but I think a fresh look and not assuming anything is going to be important for everyone.
So that's been part of the discussions that we're having in the RT DOMT, and one specific area with regard to that is the Shasta temperature control, because we had 2 less than optimal years. So part of our efforts there, we've been working with the Bureau so that we're able to independently do some temperature modeling and things like that. And I think Ron might have some words to say about that, because we'll need Bureau assistance to make sure that we can use their consultants so that we can be more proactive in terms of that element of the operations.
Yeah, we're working with the board staff on, I think they're bringing on a consultant, and we want to work fairly closely with them so that we're not in a position where we're actually just having dueling modeling runs, but actually can leverage that in terms of being able to do some scenario. I mean, obviously, if we could get Shasta storage up to a point where you could fully exercise the control device, I think we'd have a much easier time meeting temperatures on the Sacramento River. The last 2 years are great examples where we've talked about this before. If you can't get the lake full enough to utilize the top row of shutters, you're basically 2/3 of your, or 1/3 of your flexibility is kind of out of the way, and you're already behind the curve in terms of stretching your resources. So I think we've got some work to do with the board staff as to, I think they have in mind a very good consultant. Thinking about where we want to work with the staff to see about how the scope there works so that it's complementary both to what we would be doing going into next year for temperature planning, as well as some of our work in the multi-agency format as to what are some ways to use the resources we have, the plan as we go in that January, February timeframe to the early spring to actually implementing and formulating a plan when we get into May and to June. Because what we have seen is that things are still kind of taking shape as you go through the season, particularly in something like temperature management. And if anything, what we've seen is a lot of variability in the type of year that we have. Last year's a great example. December was very good, but then things shut off quite a bit. And that's a slightly different variation than the year before. And all those have distinctly different effects on the flows entering the delta and actually the setup of the temperature at Shasta.
I know it is a challenge because people do try to do, as you all have tried to dissuade people appropriately, they do year-to-year comparisons because it seems familiar, it's an obvious thing to do, and it's the only thing you can do. So those caveats about what was different, whether it was in what the standards were and what kicked in the year before, or temperature, what happened, or the way precipitation fell, is just part of the narrative that we all collectively aren't great at, and that we need to spend a lot of time on, because it's a really important part of public policy that we're so busy doing the stuff that we don't spend time figuring out how to explain it to regular people, and we all serve regular people. So I just really encourage us to block the time to do that, and to do that stakeholder outreach early on that flags those issues and those questions, and also who can give us suggestions on what we might do differently. There's a lot of wisdom on all sides that sometimes we I mean, I'm just preaching a little bit probably to the choir, but in government we think we're supposed to figure it all ourselves, but actually opening the doors and windows can let in some really good ideas and trust.
I agree with that, and I would just like to request that we take up the petition for reconsideration as soon as possible. I know there's still restrictions on, who we can talk to, but to the extent that that frees us up, I'd like to have that opportunity, especially to participate in some of the stakeholder meetings, or to be able to call you if I have some questions. So when are we expecting to take it up? I had originally thought December, but now I'm hearing January.
I think it's meant to
still
be
December.
It is December.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Good. All right.
So just for one specific thing, so here in the spirit of working together using the same data sets and the same assumptions, the same models, here we're proposing to work with the same consultants that the Bureau asks. So our ask is that, and the consultants are available, but they need the Bureau's permission to work with us. So that's the ask that we're waiting on so that we can move forward.
Great. Other questions? Thank you very much. Thanks for the thorough presentation. Really do appreciate it. And next time, I know it's hard to get them, but next time we have the fish agencies, that would be helpful. Anything else from any of you, Michael or Tom? Okay. Thank you very much. See you. Let's hope for rain and snow. All right, we'll now move back to item number 6. Thank you very much, you hardy few, you band of brothers and sisters in the conservation world. Did we lose Chris to time? I saw him here and then maybe he just stepped out. Thank you, Dave, for sticking with us. Hello, good afternoon, and welcome. Oh, PowerPoint, right. Okay. People want to stand up, shake their arms, wave their arms around, anything?
So if it's okay with you, Chair Marcus, we can start the presentation without the slides.
the presentation will, we
Hands,
can
and
use
you
it,
can
right.
represent the bar chart.
At this point, everyone's seen what most of the graphics look like, and the presentation will be posted on our website later today. So without any further ado, good afternoon, Chair Marcus, members of the board. Catherine Landau with the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. And to my left is Matthew Buflayman and Jasmine Oaxaca from the Office of Enforcement. And today we're going to be running through the September update for the Conservation Emergency Regulation. The numbers we're going to be presenting today were released last Friday and are available on the Water Board's conservation portal as well. September is the 16th month that suppliers have been reporting on their monthly conservation efforts, and is the 4th month under the requirement that we have a statewide savings goal of 25%, and the 411 individual suppliers do have their conservation standards they are required to meet. In September, 389 suppliers submitted their numbers by October 16th, which was the date that we pulled the final data set. Since the 16th, the remaining suppliers have submitted September numbers, but their absence in the what we're presenting today is very minimal, and it had no impact on the final statewide numbers. Additionally, office enforcement staff have been assessing supplier compliance for June through September and have been working with the suppliers to improve conservation efforts or take enforcement actions where necessary. We do see a correlation between climate and conservation savings, and if you were able to see a map of the state, you would know that the South Coast received approximately an inch of rain in September, but the rest of the state was both hotter and drier in 2015 than it was in 2013. Despite these warmer, drier conditions, Californians were able to continue to meet and exceed the governor's call for that 25% statewide savings with using 53.8 billion gallons of water less in 2015 than they did in 2013. This September 2015 savings is more than twice the level of savings that we were able to meet or achieve in 2014, and it's the 4th month in a row that we've seen almost this doubling or more than doubling savings compared to last summer's conservation efforts. And it's that doubling of savings has really been an essential component of how we've been able to continue to meet the governor's call. And we're going to have to continue to achieve this higher savings throughout the winter months when the lower baseline that I will shown now in orange is going to drop significantly. As we continue to do our part to conserve water, it is also important just to keep in mind the fact that the high level of savings has also led to suppliers seeing a significant decrease in their revenue. So the 53.8 billion gallons of water that Californians saved this September equates to 26.1% savings for the month, shown here as the 4th purple column. In order to assess compliance with that 25% statewide savings goal, we look at the cumulative savings, or the total amount of water saved or used in 2015 from June to September, and compare it to that same 4-month period in 2013. Over the last 4 months, Californians used a total of 253.4 billion gallons less water than they used in the equivalent time period in 2013. This brings a cumulative statewide savings to 28.1%. So we are still continuing to exceed that red 25% goal, and we hope to continue to report that in the coming months. The
bucket.
The bucket is very happily continuing to fill up.
I hadn't seen the bucket when we did the press release, but I was envisioning what it was. That's good.
So to fill this bucket up, we have a goal of 1.2 million acre feet of water to be saved by February 2016. At this point, that 253.4 billion gallons, or 777,739 acre feet of water, equates to 65% of the bucket's capacity. This water is enough to provide 3.9 million Californians with domestic water use for 1 year. Or if you're wanting to think of how a volume of this water, it would actually be enough to cover the entirety of Lake County in 1 foot of water depth, if you're talking about those flooding concerns.
And then we can do a rendition of all of them.
We have also filled 19 over 40,000 of NASA's pools that they use for their spacewalk examples, which hold 19 acre feet of water. So if you're looking at the residential water use, the statewide total, meaning both your indoor and your outdoor water use, or RGPCD, was 97 for September. We saw a large range in this residential water use by suppliers from a low of 38 to
Something like that. I can't remember.
It
was a lot higher.
Can tell you on the next slide. So the September for this year ranged from a low of 38 gallons per person today to a high of 359. We do have a statewide indoor performance standard of 55 gallons per person per day, and 19 of September's reporting suppliers that represent approximately 1.9 million people were able to meet this total water use below that. This slide shows the variance of the residential water use by hydrologic region for both 2013, 2014, and 2015. This reflects kind of pre-conservation efforts, the voluntary conservation efforts, and now the mandatory conservation efforts for that residential water use. And as you can see, we have had a declining residential use since 2013, going from 132 in September 2013 to 118 last September to now that 97. With a small caveat that 2013 residential use is estimated on the September 2014 % residential use and the population, because it's not required that suppliers provide us that information. To highlight the regional variability in September 2015's residential use, we've actually taken this final column and graphed it out, and it really does highlight the relationship between the climate and water use, because our northern coastal climates have been consistently showing the lowest residential water use, such as the North Coast and the San Francisco Bay, while the southern inland regions, such as Colorado River, continue to have one of the higher residential use. You can see the same variability in the monthly savings, now shown in purple. One thing I would like to highlight here is that the South Coast, with its 26.5% savings, is actually home to 55% of the state's population, and they were able to more than triple their level of savings between last September and this September.
Yeah, and they do include some hot inland areas in that too. So
They do. This is, again, it is the hydrologic region, so you're getting those coastal neighborhoods and up in farther inland.
It'd be interesting if you cut off I'm not suggesting you do it, you guys do a great job with all this data, but it'd be interesting if you took the Inland Empire out and the eastern portion to see how the coastal cities alone are doing. But don't take the time to do it. Sorry.
The high level of savings that those South Coast suppliers were able to achieve in September is reflected in our noteworthy achievements for this month, as 10 of the 12 suppliers listed here are actually located in the South Coast. And this month we've decided to highlight those suppliers who have improved their conservation enough to move from a lower compliance category in between August into a higher compliance category, or they've moved closer to their conservation standard in the month to month. With that, I will hand it over to Matt, who will give you an update on current enforcement.
Good afternoon. So we're looking at the supplier data that they submit to us on a monthly basis for their complaints received, their warnings, and their penalty assessed. The complaints have been trending down over the last few months, as you see. With only 32,000 reported in September, just over 32,000. The numbers of warnings has dropped quite a bit from the previous months. About 9,000 warnings have been reported to us, but the number of penalties has been fairly consistent over the last few months. So I don't quite know how to read that data, if that's good news or bad news, but these are trends we are looking at as we proceed forward. Now there is that note at the bottom of the slide. It's a little hard to read. It says that 15 suppliers still allow outdoor irrigation 7 days a week. Now that might seem a little alarming on the face of it, but kind of digging into the numbers a little bit more makes it understand that the stuff isn't quite that easy. 10 of those 15 suppliers are in compliance with their water conservation standards, so that's a good thing. One of them has been issued an alternative compliance order, and another one has been issued a conservation order, so we're not as concerned about those two. And the final three, they all have a water budget-based allocation rate in tiers. And so since they're taking evapotranspiration into their amount that their residents can use, I'm not as concerned about that. And also looking at their tiers, there's a very large increase in rates when they start hitting those penalty tiers or their drought surcharge rates. So on the face of it, that 15 suppliers might be a little bit of a warning, but once you start digging in a little bit more, it's not as big a concern for us. So looking at the numbers for which categories that we've been kind of using as our greatest concern, our twos, our moderate and lower concerned areas. There hasn't been too much shifting in between the categories. We did have one new supplier pop up in this in our tier 1 category, so to speak, and one had dropped out, so that number stays the same. And as Katie had alluded to earlier, there was a few less suppliers that had reported data when this was compiled, but essentially the numbers have really stayed the same between the categories. But there are some shifting out between the categories, and we anticipate issuing, I'm jumping ahead here a little bit, a few more orders as we move along here. So this just explains the actions we've taken in the Office of Enforcement. We've issued 68 warning letters since we started this in late August, and 99 notice of violations and informational orders. We've issued 7 alternative compliance orders and 8 conservation orders, which are very similar. And as you may be aware, we've issued 4 administrative civil liability complaints just last week. So we haven't sent out the latest round of letters yet for the September data, but like I said, I think there's only going to be a few more warning letters and several more informational orders as we continue. And I did want to say that, our workload is starting to increase quite a bit. And, keeping track of compliance with alternative compliance orders and conservation orders is starting to become more difficult, which is why I brought Jasmine up here. She's a new staff and will be working with the suppliers and tracking their compliance with those orders. And hopefully next month we'll give you a little update on that compliance and seeing how effective those orders are, or if they're not effective, and see if we have to reconsider them for next month. So with that, I think we're going on to the last slide here. I've already kind of talked about our additional enforcement actions, our next step, so I'll let Katie finish off here.
Right. So in addition to the enforcement actions that Matt highlighted, we are also planning to issue the remaining responses to the remaining requests for the alternative compliance orders, and hope to have that out in the next couple weeks. And then, yes.
This is not scientific. I should go back over my notes, but it may not be right, but I continue to get folks saying things to me where it seems to me that they should be asking for an alternative compliance order. And I don't know whether I'm just talking to folks who aren't in the loop of the water district and are elected officials who heard something from somebody a while ago and don't realize, but how do you feel? Do you feel that as you've been trying to look at enforcement, you found folks that should have asked for an alternative compliance order way up at the beginning who just didn't think to and kind of went, oh my God, we've got to just cut everybody by insert whatever percentage they're at?
In
You know what I'm
terms,
saying? I didn't say that as clearly as I might, but I just think we laid out a situation or an option for people who had an unusual setting in terms of businesses that were more dependent on water. Say the food processing processed water was perhaps the easy one and the one that created it for, but other people who had some weird percentage where you were going to cause a strange impact on your economy, let alone your consumers, where I thought they should be asking for an alternative compliance. Again, it's not a walk in the park. You still have to do a lot, but I thought you guys set up a very nice system for us not having, untoward impacts on communities. Did you find as you started looking at enforcement that folks weren't asking for ACLs when they could get it?
I think there's one alternative compliance order now that we're kind of reviewing that's a little bit of an odder situation. But when we first started looking at suppliers, I know one in particular that I had said, you should probably apply for alternative compliance order. And they actually did, and they got one. So at this stage of the game, it's pretty late in writing an alternative compliance order or a conservation order for the final 4 months probably is not the most effective use of our time and resources at this stage. But for those districts that weren't meeting their standards pretty early on, I think we did get a fair number of calls from them as, can I apply for this, or do you think this would be a good fit for me? And I think we've responded to those at this stage, with the exception of a few.
And maybe just to clarify, that the distinction between an alternative compliance order and then the enforcement process that Matt has been describing is that with the alternative compliance order, there are conditions within a water supplier's service area that are unique. It's not just about we're not doing well,
right?
We're falling short. There's something unique in that area. For many of the suppliers that came forward and called us trying to seek alternative compliance pathways, it was because they were just falling behind. They weren't necessarily implementing the full complement of programs that would reduce their water demand.
Right, and those are the ones to whom instead we issued a conservation order if they didn't take action, right?
Speak to that, Matt can.
Yeah, that's essentially it.
So the last two things we'd like to mention as our next steps are two dates to put on your calendar. The first is December 7th, which we will be holding a public workshop on the potential expansion or extension of the emergency regulation.
Word extension. Extension or amendment would be the phrase I would like to see.
Let Max know that.
Yeah, just people are spinning out for any word at the moment, which is not, you can't, any event.
Right, so this would be the potential extension beyond February. After we held the workshop on December 7th, staff will develop a proposal that is based on the input that we received that day, as well as the input that we've received from the series of workshops that have been held over the last couple months. And finally, under the current version of the emergency regulation, there is a requirement that the small suppliers, so those who have less than 3,000 connections, submit a one-time water report on their conservation efforts between June and November. And that report is going to be due to the water boards on December 15th.
As I recall, there are tons of those, correct?
Yes,
Tons.
there.
Yeah, term of art.
And so what can we expect in terms of an analysis of that information that comes in?
So the regulation put in a requirement for those small suppliers to either be able to show that they've been able to achieve a 25% conservation rate between 2015 compared to their 2013 numbers, or they had to put in a requirement of no more than 2 days of outdoor irrigation allowed. So one of the things we'll be able to report on is how many suppliers chose either option, and for those suppliers that did decide to go with a 25% conservation rate, how successful their efforts have been.
And so we'll have that information, what, in January or February?
These reports will be due on December 15th to the water board, so we should be reporting on that in the January update.
And we will be making the template or the reporting format and information on it available to the small suppliers. I'm looking to Eric. We were just talking about it on the 15th of November. So next week, or the beginning of the following week, we'll be making the information available. So they'll have a full month in which to respond.
And we have been working with our Division of Drinking Water, so we are tying into the existing reporting system that these suppliers traditionally use for their annual reports. So hopefully that will ease the reporting burden for those suppliers.
Well, just a quick comment on the messaging and everything. We saw some numbers today. You have the 777,000 acre feet, just over 4 months, an incredible amount of water. And we saw earlier 832,000 acre feet conserved in the reservoirs, so they're commensurate, 700,000, 800,000. Last year we were talking more like 300,000, 400,000. So the quantity on both of those fronts statewide have been significant, almost double in effectiveness in terms of conserving water from different perspectives. One thing on messaging is I was at the Verge conference last week, is the San Jose Green Technology Conference, and you use the number 3.9 million Californians, but if you actually, that's assuming something like 150 gallon per capita per day. If you plug the average 97 that you just reported, it's actually 7,158,000 people. So it's almost twice as many. And at the Verge conference, I said just between June and August, we had saved enough for 6 million people. So I just want to make sure we're consistent on our messaging in terms of, because it got tweeted out, to cyberspace that 6 million people. And actually, but if you use that 7 million population, which is based on our average per capita per day, that's 18% of the state. It's almost 1 in 5 as far as how much water we've saved and what we can provide. So I think it's startling how much we've achieved.
Yeah, no, it is amazing what people have done at great personal effort and in many cases expense. So.
It has been, and one of the big things that we've been seeing is the outdoor irrigation reductions. Everyone's lawns are going brown, and as we are moving into the winter months, and we are actually starting to get the rain occasionally. Just a reminder that There is the ban on irrigation with your sprinklers 48 hours after a rain event. And actually a number of water suppliers, including the city of Sacramento, have actually reduced their outdoor irrigations for the winter months to 1 day a week. So you always recommend checking in with your local supplier and see what those restrictions are.
Right, and similarly, before we turn to public comment, appreciate folks' efforts to get the word out about watering trees. It is, particularly as we see El Nino coming, it is really important to water them the right way. Again, some of the things I hear anecdotally are agencies saying, for example, that our regs are keeping them from watering trees in medians. I think we've done everything but stand on our heads to say that's just ornamental landscaping and please water the trees. And we know places like Fresno have been using recycled water to water their trees, and someone told me Fresno told them that they couldn't, and I thought, well, who did they talk to in Fresno? Because I'm ready to give Fresno an award for watering their trees. So to the extent we can continue to get that message out. My pleas at the press briefing got one hit, as far as I could tell, one taker, and I don't know why it's been so hard to get that word out, but that is a pretty important thing. But it is remarkable what people have accomplished, and I thank you all for your incredible work in making that happen. It's really an amazing team. All right, let's go to comments, and thank you, David Boland from Aqua, for coming and putting in your card. Thank you, Jack Hawks, for coming. You don't have to put in a card, but thank you for being here. Oh, turn on.
There we go. Thank you, Chair Marcus and board members. Well, we're almost halfway through the effective period for the mandatory conservation regulations, and we've weathered some summer months that have been the hottest on record, and appreciate the comment about the climate correlation that's becoming more and more clear as each month data comes out. And water agencies have really appreciated the efforts of their customers, which have helped them in many cases to exceed their targets. And in, of course, a lot of places make the targets, and in some places almost make the targets. There's been a tremendous amount of work done by individual Californians, particularly on the residential side, we know, to do a lot of outdoor water savings that has added up to a lot of water potentially saved. And of course, indoor work as well. A lot of folks are continuing to do. But many water agencies are still continuing to struggle, not only with making the targets, but getting the message out and rolling out programs to pull out all the stops to try to, get their rates changed. There are many of them that are in 218 processes right now to try to get their rates changed, and that takes some time. And then, of course, getting that rate signal to actually take hold and getting some behavior change is going to take some time. And then, of course, various rebate programs that take a while to get traction. We know about the lawn replacement programs that in many cases our agencies have been encouraging people to just not even do those programs until the fall months so they can get potentially some rainfall to help keep the new plant materials alive once they've torn out their lawns. But we do see a lot of dead lawns around the state, and that's something that's encouraging. It's in all parts of the state. We are looking forward to significant outdoor reductions in landscape use statewide as the months cool down and as the evapotranspiration rates are reduced, and just in general as people kind of shift gears in the fall. And of course that messaging is going out. A lot of agencies have gone to the once a week requirement for irrigation, and our messaging on the controllers, making sure people reset their controllers, and are looking at the rainfall prohibition and trying to enforce that now. It's been a relief that we have to do that, and in some parts of the state anyway. But as we know, there's a tendency to be on autopilot sometimes with irrigation, and so that's going to be a big messaging campaign as the rainfall begins to hit around the state. And then, of course, the communications on El Nino are coming out, and we're trying to put out an infographic to try to communicate a very complex message in terms of what all the indicators are suggesting, and the fact that there are a lot of elements in terms of getting us out of this drought, and that even significantly increased rainfall through the winter, even above normal rainfall, is unlikely to totally pull us through. And so we're looking at longer term requirements and the idea of the long haul here in terms of messaging. I did want to talk about Save Our Water, a couple updates on that. The Association of California Water Agencies is collaborating with the state on the Save Our Water program, and the emphasis has been on fixing it for good. The idea, again, of trying to message on the particularly the infrastructure kind of commitments people need to make to fix leaks and to replace legacy toilets and to do the kind of commitments that will pay off long term. So that's part of the messaging there. And those have been targeted particularly in high conservation rate areas. This is something new for the Save Our Water program, to kind of parse the state out and try to target media markets that are aligned with the high target parts of the state. And then also in those same areas, looking at direct mail campaigns. There are 3 million households that are going to be reached with a direct mail campaign in coming weeks. And that's going to have water saving tips and information like this. And then a new PSA, which features the Splash Brothers of the Golden State Warriors, which should be coming out on various media markets. And then water savings segments in the PBS series Curiosity Quest, which are 3-minute spots. And there are a couple of those in production right now. And I was asked to make sure that you knew that that was out there and that you keep your eyes open for those spots as they come around about saving water. And then the fact that we've gotten unprecedented, the Save Our Water program has gotten unprecedented engagement with the corporate community and have a long-term interest in partnering with a lot of the private sector on messaging. So that pretty much concludes my comments. I did want to express appreciation to the staff in these meetings that have been held for listening to the various proposals that a lot of water agencies have put together. There have been some very constructive, positive, can-do kind of attitudes expressed by a lot of the water agencies in banding together and proposing complementary approaches to addressing the targeting process going forward, should we need to do so in 2016. And then the idea that there would be a workshop and that, that getting the word out to the, that there will be a public setting for talking about this issue on the 7th, and the fact that you are willing and able to move that off of the Aqua Week so that so some of the water agencies can be in attendance to that. And the fact that, that we've got I guess a cautious optimism here about this rainfall situation, and that we may have a situation, and it was encouraging to be in the drought briefing program to see the fact that just the amount of rain we've received so far is beginning to recharge the system, although we're going to have to wait to see the kinds of flow responses and the kinds of storage responses that we need statewide. So that concludes my comments.
Great. Thank you for all of your hard work, and not just the Save Our Water campaign, which is great, but your work on all of this, which is great. I think focusing on the Fix It for Good is really a great leadership move. And when I was in Southern California, what day is it? Last week, we talk a lot about Met's $350 million additional infusion into turf rebates earlier this year that were gone in 5 weeks, but I hadn't realized that Southern California generally was up over $500 million. Do you have a sense of what the numbers are statewide?
I don't, and we're actually doing some survey work, to try to get some numbers in terms of the expenditures that have been going on beyond a normal budget investments. And I think that's part of the difficulty with answering these questions, is that we have had a significant long-term investment in conservation programming, and Met's a great example of a program that's had significant funding over many years for its members to try to do all kinds of different programs, including the Cash for Grass type rebate programs. And there's been a lot of additional money brought to the table by local agencies to fund additional rebate programs that are kind of above and beyond what was already budgeted. And it's kind of hard to get a hold of the big numbers, the total numbers. And then, of course, if you add to that the costs that these agencies have incurred in increasing enforcement, and then if you add all the extra messaging beyond just the free stuff they can get, from Save Our Water, but the fact that there's paid media going on up and down the state. And then you subtract out the revenue cuts that have been experienced, significant revenue cuts by many agencies statewide. We've got a situation here that is very, very tenuous in terms of long-term programming. We're doing unprecedented work on the spending side, and we're experiencing unprecedented losses on revenue side, and there's some deep concerns about that, even to the point of looking at Prop 1 programs as they come out, and the idea that we need to meet 50% matches to have our agencies competing successfully for those Prop 1 programs, which will do long-term investments if we can get that money out there. But in the revenue environment that we're facing, and with bonding concerns that the agencies have expressed, the challenges are doing nothing but getting more difficult. So we're going to try to message on that and try to get better numbers very soon.
Let me suggest that you, in your aqua program in December, invite East Valley to come and give their experience with budget-based rates. I just met with them recently, and they couldn't have a more positive story. They had practically no opposition. This is a very poor community. They're not affluent at all, and they're relatively small, or medium-sized, really. And so for those who think they can't do it, or 218 is a barrier, this is an alternative story. And these folks don't have money to do a big, gigantic campaign, but yet they were successful. And it was mostly about just talking to their constituents.
Yeah, we've heard that story time and again about, particularly on the rates and 218 efforts, that they're very costly, they're very difficult in terms of marshaling the resources to make them happen, but they do open a conversation with the community and with the ratepayers that it needs to happen, that people need to know what it costs to provide this service. And there is a lot of diversity out there in terms of different programs that have been approached, and different kinds of rate structures that are successful, and various agencies have got stories to tell. And so we are collecting case studies and trying to highlight examples of what's working in different parts of the state. And I did want to advertise on the conference the idea that we do have a town hall, a town hall session that we've set, and we appreciate Chair Marcus's willingness to be at that town hall session on Thursday morning to talk about this issue. And it's definitely got the attention of the industry, as you can imagine. So I think we're going to have a well-attended program there. And so again, we're lots of things happening in early December, it looks like, and so we'll all be checking back with each other, I'm sure, shortly on things that have transpired since in the next month. Thanks a lot.
Other thoughts? Thank you very much for everything. All right, we are now at item number 8, board member reports. You.
All right,
she,
Janine,
her.
get it ready.
What, you have a slide?
I have a special treat for you. And for everyone who has managed to hang in there with us.
Does it have to do with neural nets?
No, it's not. It has to do with. It has to do with sewers.
Sewers, even better.
Not yet. In the spirit.
Oh, I love this.
Of messaging, I attended the American Water Summit.
Favorite thing.
And messaging was one of the prime topics there. And I saw this wonderful. You guys never told me about this wonderful.
I tweeted this video.
Okay, it was put together by the San Francisco PUC. Janine,
I'm
go.
so glad you're going to play it.
When
up, yo? SFB area, it's the city. The Sewer System Improvement Program, SSIP. You know your number 2 is our number 1, right? Let's get this going. Yeah, let's go. When you're chilling at home, you don't think about it. It's silent as a period, ending a sentence, and just as important. Every time you do the dishes, flush, shower, rinse, brush your teeth, I bet you're using it. Always working, never takes a break. Sun up, sun down, turn down for what? No way. A 9 to 5 and 16 hours a vacay. The sewer system never sleeps, breathing every day. It's the sewer.
You go about your day, don't even look my way. I'm working for you all night and all day. It rains, we're working just the same to keep the city sane. We're SF Sewer, so remember water running the flow. Where does wastewater go? SF Sewers, you know, treats the water that flows. Water running the flow. Where does wastewater go? SF Sewers, you know, treats the water that flows.
PUCSSIP, let me ask you, do you CP? Ha! We treat 80% in the southeast, stormwater and sewage because we are one of few cities. Our system is combined, we don't specialize, except the north side, southeast and ocean side. We do both types, treating sewage for people and wildlife. It's the sewer.
You go about your day, don't even look my way. I'm working for you all night and all day. It rains, we're working just the same to keep the city sane. We're SF Sewer, so remember
Water running the flow. Where does wastewater go? SF Sewers, you know, treats the water that flows. Water running the flow. Where does wastewater go? SF Sewers, you know, treats the water that flows. There's a problem, it's aging, it's just too old. It belongs in the old folks' home. That's just the start of it. Cause 60 plus years ago it was born and was told that in 50 years it would have to go. How would we solve it? We got a solution that would beautify the block. Who? The city is gonna answer the call. True. 2022 will be out with the old, in with the new. Southeast will be a hit for you. It's the sewer.
you wash, you shower too, and all your friends do too. I tell you, no one takes more crap than I do. I know, you wash, you poop, you pee, but it don't bother me. Ooh, you can live one day.
Okay, I think we got the message now. But the idea here is, this, by the way, was the hit at the American Water Summit. And it came from the San Francisco PUC. They put together a youth group, a summer intern group, and they put it together. They, produced it. They did this as a way to outreach to, younger folks and teach them about the sewer system and the importance of the sewer system. And I thought it was just a really awesome thing.
Yeah, I think it's great. It's just great as opposed to sort of hiding their light. I think it's fantastic. Thank you.
So Steve beat that.
Anything else? Yeah, I know. We can make board member reports show and tell too, but.
Just bring up, I think that we're all thinking about this, and that's recharge, groundwater recharge with storm flows and flood flows. I attended a workshop last week that Sustainable Conservation put on in conjunction with Resource Legacy Group, and I think it's fair to say there's a lot of really good ideas, a lot of really good projects, but people are unaware of our water rights system for the most part. And I've been working with Tom and Michael and Andy, and I don't quite understand how it works, this whole issue of beneficial use and our water rights process. I think there's, a lot of confusion. First of all, people don't really know about it, and for those that do, there seems to be a lot of confusion. So stay tuned. I'm just really flagging the issue more than anything right now. Yes, yeah, I think we were supposed to put something on the web on messaging once we've...
Yeah, they developed something, but it needed to be simplified a little bit.
Yes.
So we're working on that.
Complex.
And
Yeah, I
it-
know we have a lot of focus on how to capture as much stormwater as possible and get it in the ground, so great. Thank you for going to that and being on it. Anything else?
Started on that in WQCC, or we had Andy Sawyer give the regional board members a thorough overview of those issues. So certainly that's a good starting point for any fact sheet. That's really important. I'm struck by, because I stay involved in the CASQUA circles, or the stormwater agencies of the state, and there's been a lot of infrastructure projects in the last couple of years that we've helped fund to capture stormwater. And so I think it'll be helpful, and I've noted this to Tom in an email last week, just to keep an eye on these projects and talk to the stakeholders about some estimates of quantities that we're successfully recharging, because we've invested recently, and so it's not like we have to panic and try to scramble to catch El Nino. We've been steady at this under the Water Action Plan principles, even before there was a Water Action Plan. So
I think the challenge comes up where people think they have the right to capture it, and maybe they don't, and then they contact our staff and are maybe initially pretty excited about an opportunity, and then they're told that they have to go through a process. So there's likely to be a lot of good ideas that maybe can't progress in the time frame that we're looking at. And so how do we, first of all, message and then keep people focused and moving through the process? And to the extent that they can go through an expedited process that staff has outlined, direct them to that approach.
that makes a lot of sense.
I think, too, that we have to emphasize the fact that, people have this perception somehow that the water rights system is problematic and is something that does not provide value to them as people taking water and putting it in the ground. But in fact, it's a very valuable thing. I mean, basically, you're creating a reservoir at very low cost, and you're generating the right to access and continue to use that reservoir. As Sigma starts coming forward and people are, told that they might have to cut back or something like that, to the extent that you are actively recharging, that puts you in a better position than other parties in the, being regulated under these kind of Sigma. So people have to understand that they're getting a water right that gives them control of that water that they put into the ground. And, right now they just seem to think that there's, what value do they see in it? And so we have to show them that there's a value so that they actually want to get that water right permit.
But then there's also the beneficial use issue that can tie it up even if they're willing to get a permit. So there's issues that need to be that need to be worked out, and where we can't be able to message so that people understand what their options are.
Right, and that they have options versus there's some folks that are stuck on an idea as opposed to listening to the way we know we can in fact do it. Yeah, agreed. All right, well, thanks. We'll now recess into our closed personnel session. Do you all want 10 minutes just to photosynthesize or anything? You want to move right into it? Okay.